why it's really important to have a plan and understand what your goals are.
In fact, my camel out there is suffering right now with a broken back.
So I actually found Pepe when it was only a couple of hours old, and I'm like, oh, this is a funny meme.
Oh my god.
Yo! Who is this Degen?
The old man is swing trading over years at a time. And it's like, that's where the real money is made.
The answer is a permanent loss. With single-sided staking, you don't have to worry about impermanent loss.
If you're aware, if you're disciplined, you can hone that into further financial growth.
Financial freedom, so we can actually live life and not have to be constantly living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, more or less, right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Zenith of the Degen Roundtable. We have a bit of an update on the Richard Hart SEC legal case. The point of the stream today is to read the little document top to bottom. I know that this stuff can be boring, but I'm happy to do it for you. So that way, if you're catching this on the replay, you can at least put it on 2x speed so you don't have to suffer like I'm about to suffer for all you guys. But with that being said, the show today is primarily just to cover the legal document and provide a resource to people. I'm going to be going through it top to bottom. I will save all opinion, speculation, or conjecture till the very end. And for everybody showing up in the chat, I will take any comments, questions at that time. So, buckle up. Let's get to it. Grab your coffee, and we are going to get going on this. Ba-ba-ba. Thank you. Yep. All right, here we go. So for the folks at home, what we were looking at today is from the Eastern District Court of New York, or the District Court, Eastern District of New York. That's a mouthful. We're looking at the Memorandum of Law in support of defendant Richard Hart's motion to dismiss. Start off with the table of contents. We have background talking about parties, Hex software, the Pulse Chain software, Pulse X software, the alleged misuse of assets from the Pulse Chain sacrifice. Then we have multiple arguments. Argument number one is going to be the court lacks personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart. There are subsections there as well. Argument number two is that the SEC has failed to plausibly plead the existence of a domestic purchase, sale, or offer of securities. That's number two. Number three is the complaint fails to state a claim for securities fraud. Number four is the complaint does not adequately allege that any parties entered into an investment contract. And number five is the complaint unconstitutionally infringes on the First Amendment rights of Mr. Hart and thousands of Hex, Pulse Chain, and Pulse X participants. So if you are looking at the screen I'm looking at, up at the top of each page, we have the identifier from the actual court case. So we have case 123 CV 05749 CBA PK. This is document number 50, and it was filed on August 22nd, 2024, aka today. And we are going to be going through it top to bottom. This looks like it might be very similar to all of the other documents in the past, and I have a little bit of a notice from my good friend Nuclear Herbs that this might just be an update on previous documents, but nonetheless, this is what was published today, and I also have a lot of the attachments and the underlying motions that accompany this document as well. So with that being said, I'm going to breeze through some of the stuff that's harder or just not really super relevant to like reading word for word. So we have the table of authorities. Here we have a bunch of cases that are going to be listed and referenced in the document and where they are so. Keep going, keep going. Up next we have, the rules and statuses. So we have a lot of 15 USC code or United States code. It looks like we have a lot of from section 78, 77, and that's pretty much it. Then we have some other authorities going on here, and that is it. So with that being said, let's get to it. Here's the preliminary statement. In this civil enforcement action, the Securities Exchange Commission seeks to further cement a role it has assumed for itself as the global governor of blockchain technology, a role exceeding both the agency's limited mandate and the bounds of personal jurisdiction. The SEC is suing Richard Hart, who lives in a foreign country, and somehow three blockchain software programs, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX, which the SEC claims to be unincorporated alter egos of Mr. Hart. These open source communications technologies are used and employed by a decentralized community of thousands of people across the world, yet the SEC says that they violated U.S. securities laws by offering and selling what the SEC's novel construction dubs crypto asset securities. The SEC also asserts a fraud claim against the global pulse chain blockchain network and Mr. Hart for purportedly using a small percentage of so-called offering proceedings in a way that the SEC disfavors. Because the SEC's claims suffer from a host of fatal defects under the U.S. Constitution, the federal securities laws, the laws of pleading, and more, the case should be dismissed with prejudice. First, this lawsuit cannot escape the starting gate because exercising personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart in this case would not comport with due process. Mr. Hart lives abroad and is not alleged to have set foot in the United States during the relevant period, nor is he alleged to have engaged in any conduct directed at the United States. The SEC alleges no U.S.-based entities, employees, contracts, payment accounts, marketed efforts, or travel associated with Mr. Hart. The general availability of Mr. Hart's speech on the internet and the alleged presence of some unqualified number of participants in the United States cannot satisfy the requirements for asserting personal jurisdiction, because the defendant himself must purposely reach out and establish sufficient minimum contracts with the United States. No such contracts are alleged. The SEC's attempt to impute jurisdictional contacts to Mr. Hart through the three purported alter ego software programs likewise finds no support in the allegations or the law. Second, the SEC has not plausibly alleged a domestic securities transaction. The Supreme Court has held that the securities laws generally do not apply extraterritorially. This action exemplifies the SEC's disregard for that principle. Congress has not established the SEC as a global blockchain regulator, but the SEC, in this case and others, operates as if it has. The SEC's total failure to come up with allegations supporting domestic securities transactions, notwithstanding the agency's sweeping investigative powers, dooms every claim. Separately, the predominantly foreign nature of the alleged transaction precludes application of the securities laws to any domestic transaction that the SEC could theoretically identify. Third, the SEC fails to satisfy basic pleading requirements for its securities fraud scheme claim regarding Pulse Chain. The complaint must spell out with particularity the circumstances of the fraudulent scheme and allege facts raising a strong inference of fraudulent intent. But it alleges no deceptive conduct at all, nor any statement that was false or misleading. On the contrary, statements incorporated by reference into the complaint demonstrate Mr. Hart's consistent candor. The SEC cannot sneak its fraud claim past dismissal by claiming that individuals supposedly had reasonable expectations about the use of alleged Pulse Chain assets, when the complaint and the disclosures incorporated therein make clear that no such expectations were ever set. The SEC may disfavor Mr. Hart's message, but that does not make a fraud. Fourth, the SEC has not plausibly alleged that the three software programs at issue constitute investment contracts, subject to the federal securities laws. The SEC fails to allege any contract at all, let alone an investment contract. Unlike in other recent cases involving digital assets, the SEC here does not allege any advertised plans for using participants' digital assets to develop new technologies, instead principally relying on functions built into the software, along with the hypothetical expectations posited by the SEC that run counter to the alleged facts, resorting to Mr. Hart's descriptions of how the software program works, his design intentions for the programs, or what their associated tokens might be worth does not make up for the fatal absence of any alleged efforts beyond those of the individual users who execute the software. Fifth, the SEC's case amounts to an unconstitutional infringement on the First Amendment's guarantees of freedom of speech and association for Mr. Hart and those who execute the Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX software programs. The complaint reads as a selective review by a disgruntled critic of hundreds of hours of Mr. Hart's public speech about blockchain technologies. The SEC seeks to recast Mr. Hart's live commentary into securities offerings and thereby penalize him for expressing his views about the technologies and their potential. This action also threatens to stifle protected speech uttered on the blockchain, including the computer code underlying software programs that the SEC aims to shut down, along with the free expression of thousands of people across the world who have etched their beliefs into the immutable digital ledger created by the software. All right, background. A, the parties. Richard Hart is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and free speech pioneer who conceived of the cryptocurrency software programs Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. Each of these technologies is an open source software program available to the public through decentralized networks of computers across the world, where the program exists to this day, free from Mr. Hart's control and free from anyone who chooses and free to anyone who chooses to execute them. The SEC purports to bring claims against Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX as, quote, unincorporated alter ego entities, unquote, of Mr. Hart. Reference here. But they are not entities, they are decentralized blockchain technologies. The SEC has described a blockchain technology as an, quote, an electronic distributed ledger list of entries maintained by various participants in a network of computers which use cryptography to process and verify transactions on the ledger, end quote. A global community of individuals have independently chosen to execute the Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX blockchain software programs and to devote their time to them. Other than the SEC's diktat, the complaint has no allegations explaining how these programs are Mr. Hart's alter egos. B, the Hex software. Hex is a software program that runs on a cryptographically secured, decentralized network of computers known as the Ethereum blockchain. Reference here. Reference describing Ethereum network and software and tokens that exist on the network. Anyone can publish software programs and create digital asset, quote, tokens, end quote, on the Ethereum blockchain. Hex is alleged to be a type of program on the Ethereum blockchain known as a, quote, smart contract, end quote, which the SEC defines as a, quote, self-executing computer programs that perform certain functions when predetermined conditions are met, end quote. By users running those functions, reference here, accordingly, the Hex software functions according to specific immutable rules built into its software code at the time that the program was established on the Ethereum network. As Mr. Hart often explained, see example A, transcript of the November 8th, 2019 YouTube live stream at 3. Hex is a, quote, an immutable smart contract. No one can change it, end quote. Continued reference there. Thus, anyone can execute the Hex software by issuing commands to it over the decentralized Ethereum blockchain network, whereby Ethereum network participants perform any required computations and store the resulting occupant data in the blockchain. Users execute the Hex code pursuant to its rules of their own accord. The SEC does not and cannot allege that Mr. Hart or anyone else exercises control over the operation of these software functions. Hex tokens are alleged to be digital assets on the Ethereum network can be created by users of the Hex software. Individuals who hold Hex tokens in their digital wallets can execute the Hex software to, quote, stake, unquote, their tokens for a period of between 1 day and 15 years. Running this function destroys the Hex tokens. At the end of an individual's staking period, that individual may execute another function in the Hex software that creates the new Hex tokens for them in an amount equaling the number of tokens originally staked, destroyed, plus additional tokens based on the duration of the staking period and other factors. The SEC characterizes this ability to create additional tokens as creating an expectation of profits. But as the complaint's allegations and statements incorporated by reference make clear, the, quote, returns, end quote, from Hex's staking function are simply the mathematical result of additional tokens being created by users executing the Hex software, not a profit in fiat currency terms resulting from any extrinsic work. Reference here, staking function creates, quote, new Hex tokens, end quote. And example A, transcript of November 8th, 2019 YouTube live stream, quote, the Hex currency just inflates to pay everybody, end quote. Another one, quote, so if you lock up your Hex, the program gives you more Hex in return, end quote. Another reference here, quote, I have no idea what the dollar price will be. I can't promise you dollar returns. You're going to get more Hex. That's the math. I'm describing math to you, end quote. End of references. The Hex software program was established on the Ethereum blockchain on December 3rd, 2019. After it was published, some Hex tokens were allegedly made available to certain holders of Bitcoin, the world's first significant cryptocurrency, and ETH, the, quote, native cryptocurrency of the Ethereum blockchain. Individuals also created the new Hex tokens by running a function in the Hex software that allowed them to send their ETH tokens to an Ethereum wallet address associated with the Hex software, and thereby create new Hex tokens in the user's wallet. This function of the Hex software was allegedly available, quote, worldwide via the internet, end quote, and some unspecified number of participating wallet addresses allegedly belonged to an unidentified individuals in the United States. Hex was built as a superior alternative to Bitcoin designed to, quote, outperform, quote, it. Like Bitcoin with the SEC, which the SEC has conceded is not a security, Hex is not alleged to have any actual or intended functionalities other than the mechanics built into the software code. The complaint does not allege that individuals were meant to do anything with their Hex tokens other than hold them in their digital, quote, wallets, end quote, on the Ethereum network and use the aforementioned software functions. The Hex software ran on an existing network, Ethereum, and it is not alleged to have been tied to the development of a blockchain network or any other features. Rather, it was disclosed that Hex was, quote, immutable compiled bytecode on the Ethereum network, end quote, that, quote, can't be changed, end quote, and that, quote, there is no expectation of profit from the work of others, end quote. See example E, Hex website. From hundreds of hours of Mr. Hart's public speech, the SEC quotes various snippets about Hex's supply-demand mechanics, that staking function, and Hex's actual and potential price appreciation, none of which are alleged to be inaccurate. The complaint also alleges that in the months leading up to the publication of the Hex software, Mr. Hart spoke about the remaining steps to completion. Mr. Hart allegedly made 3 websites with the information about Hex and interfaces for executing certain functions of the Hex software on the Ethereum network. Point C, the Pulse Chain software. Pulse Chain is a global decentralized blockchain network that Mr. Hart allegedly launched on May 12th of 2023. Pulse Chain is allegedly a fork of the Ethereum blockchain designed as a more efficient, lower-cost alternative that distributes information faster than Ethereum and with lower gas fees for using the network. Thus, like the Ethereum network, the Pulse Chain network gives everyone in the world the freedom to publish software or create digital assets on it. Example here, describing ability to create ERC20 tokens on Ethereum. And another reference of referring to analogous PRC20 tokens on Pulse Chain. On the Pulse Chain network, gas fees are paid with Pulse Chain's native token, Pulse, which mirrors the role that the Ethereum network's native token, ETH, plays on the Ethereum blockchain. Thus, like ETH, Pulse tokens had to be created so that people could use them to execute software commands and communicate over the network. When Pulse Chain launched, Pulse tokens became available to thousands of individual wallet addresses on the new network. One of the ways they became available, referenced implicitly by the SEC, was the result of Pulse Chain being an alleged, quote, fork, end quote, of the Ethereum network, such that individuals' native ETH tokens on the Ethereum network became native Pulse tokens on the Pulse Chain network. Reference alleging creation of Pulse Chain versions of Ethereum digital assets. Complaint, however, focuses on Pulse tokens that became available through individuals expressing their belief that, quote, free speech is a protected human right and blockchains are speech, end quote, by choosing to sacrifice their cryptocurrencies by sending them to a specified wallet address on the Ethereum network. Despite cherry-picking from hundreds of hours of Mr. Hart's statements, the complaint does not cite to any specific promises that Mr. Hart made to those who chose to sacrifice the cryptocurrency. On the contrary, Mr. Hart explained that to sacrifice cryptocurrency was to, quote, lose your coins. You do not have them anymore. You have lost your money. You have sacrificed it. It is gone, end quote. See a reference here, July 21st, 2021 live stream. When the Pulse Chain network was launched, Pulse tokens were made available in wallets on the new network to individuals who participated in the sacrifice. The SEC alleges that some cryptocurrencies were sacrificed by an unspecified number of unidentified individuals in the United States, including one unidentified individual who allegedly resides in Brooklyn. Mr. Hart allegedly operated a website about Pulse Chain that contained descriptions of the Pulse Chain network and its benefits, as well as information about how individuals could sacrifice their cryptocurrency. The complaint does not allege that the website had any functionality or that it could be used either to sacrifice cryptocurrency or to interact with the Pulse Chain blockchain network. The SEC also alleges that Mr. Hart spoke publicly about the feature of the Pulse Chain network and the potential value of Pulse tokens. Almost done with this section. D, the Pulse X software. Pulse X is a software program that was published on the Pulse Chain network on May 12th, 2023, the same day that the network launched. The Pulse X software program is allegedly modeled after a program on the Ethereum blockchain called Uniswap. PulseX, like Uniswap, is a decentralized, self-executing software program that allows individuals to exchange different types of tokens through the software without middlemen. Reference describing Uniswap and noting that the program, quote, stands on its own on the blockchain and does not change, end quote. End of reference. PulseX is a cryptocurrency token on the Pulse chain network that is alleged to be the native token for the PulseX software program. When the PulseX program was launched on May 12, 2023, the PulseX tokens were allegedly made available to thousands of wallet addresses based on individuals' sacrifices for cryptocurrencies. Of cryptocurrencies. The sacrifices associated with PulseX were made to express support for, quote, freedom of movement and freedom of association and freedom of assembly, end quote. See example for January 16th, 2022 livestream. Again, despite referring to hundreds of hours of content, the SEC quotes no promises by Mr. Hart to those who chose to participate in the PulseX sacrifice, although it concedes that PulseX tokens were, in fact, made available to them when the software was published. The SEC alleges that an unspecified number of individuals based in the United States carried out some of the sacrifices relating to PulseX. Otherwise, the complaint alleges only a single connection between PulseX and the United States. One informational online chat between Mr. Hart and an individual in New York City occurred on April 26, 2022, after the PulseX sacrifice period had ended. The complaint does not allege that this individual participated in the PulseX sacrifice or that Mr. Hart knew where the individual lived. The SEC characterizes Pulse and PulseX tokens as practically worthless, but misleadingly only quotes the price of tokens as of June 30th, 2023, and ignores the volume of tokens that exist. When applied to the trillions of Pulse and PulseX tokens in existence, the, quote, worthless, unquote, prices quoted in the complaint imply aggregate values in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars as of the measurement date. Mr. Hart allegedly operated a website relating to PulseX. That website allegedly contained information about how the PulseX software works, along with a statement that PulseX is designed to increase in value. The website also allegedly contained information about how to sacrifice cryptocurrency for the PulseX sacrifice as described above. The website is not alleged to have had any functionality, nor is it alleged that individuals could have used the website to participate in the sacrifice. Last section for background. E. The alleged misuse of assets from the Pulse chain sacrifice. The SEC contends that Mr. Hart misappropriated $12.1 million worth of assets from the alleged $354 million Pulse chain sacrifice and used them on personal expenditures, although the allegations add up to only $8.9 million. The complaint speculates, without support, that individuals who sacrificed their crypto assets had a, quote, reasonable expectation that their funds would be used to develop Pulse chain, end quote. Despite referring to nearly 100 hours of video statements by Mr. Hart, the complaint identifies no statement by Mr. Hart supporting that alleged reasonable expectation. Instead, in the same statement relied upon by the SEC, Mr. Hart explained that to sacrifice crypto assets meant, quote, you lose your coins, you don't have them anymore. They, to the best of my knowledge, do not go to charity. You should have no expectation of profit from the work of others. You have lost your money, you have sacrificed it, it is gone. End quote. That is a transcript from the July 21st, 2021 YouTube live stream. Excuse me. One sec. All right. Continuing on to arguments. Argument. To survive this motion to dismiss under Rule 12b-6, the SEC must plead, quote, enough facts to state a claim to relief, end quote, against Mr. Hart that is plausible on its face. The allegations must be sufficient to allow the court to draw reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the misconduct alleged. References here. Allegations that are conclusory or unsupported by factual assertions are insufficient. The SEC's claims under Section 10b of the Exchange Act, Rule 10b-5, and Section 17 of the Securities Acts are fraud-based claims, and the SEC must, quote, satisfy the heightened pleading standard of Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 9b, end quote. And, quote, under Rule 9b, a fraud claim must state with particularity the circumstances committing fraud, end quote. For a host of reasons, all of the SEC's claims must be dismissed. Number one, the court lacks personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart. The SEC fails to meet its burden to make a prima facie showing that this court has personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart, reference case here, to adequately allege specific personal jurisdiction, a plaintiff must provide, quote, non-conclusory, fact-specific allegations, end quote, establishing both that 1, that a defendant has certain minimum contracts with the relevant forum, and 2, that the exercise of jurisdiction is reasonable in the circumstances, end quote. Quote, conclusory, non-fact-specific jurisdictional allegations or a legal conclusion couched as a factual allegation will not establish a prima facie showing of jurisdiction, end quote. Reference as well. When it comes to a foreign defendant such as Mr. Hart, quote, a court must look to whether there was some act by which the defendant purposely availed itself of the privilege of conducting activities within the forum state, end quote. Reference there. Such that he should reasonably anticipate being hauled into court over there. The required relationship must arise out of the contacts of the defendant himself creates with the forum state. And where a complaint seeks to allege minimum contacts based on, quote, the in-state effects of out-of-state activity, end quote. Those effects must connect the defendant's conduct to the forum, not just a person who lived there. These strict requirements are a matter of constitutional due process. Their purpose is to protect the liberty of non-resident defendant, not the convenience of plaintiffs or third parties. The complaint's cause of action against Mr. Hart are premised on conduct relating to the 3 software programs at issue. Each of these 3 software programs is alleged to involve distinct transactions taking place at different times with different users, software, and purported, quote, alter ego, end quote, entities. Accordingly, the SEC must allege personal jurisdiction as to Mr. Hart with respect to each of the 3 software programs individually. Reference here, a plaintiff must establish the court's jurisdiction with respect to each claim asserted. In other words, the SEC must show how Mr. Hart purposely availed himself of the forum with respect to each program such that he should be reasonably anticipate being hauled into court there in connection with that program. The SEC fails across the board. The complaint does not plead facts sufficient to demonstrate the requisite minimum contacts between Mr. Hart and the forum with respect to any of the 3 software programs. The complaint says nothing about the United States when it comes to Mr. Hart personally, not U.S. offices, entities, travel, transactions, marketing, contracts, bank accounts, payment statements, or even the use of U.S. dollars. The complaint is utterly lacking in the jurisdictional facts courts expect to see and rely on in actions against a foreign defendant such as Mr. Hart. Rather, the SEC turns to a handful of allegations regarding the users of the software programs, websites associated with them, and the statements that Mr. Hart made on social media that people in the United States could have heard, though even that is not alleged. These allegations fall far short of what due process requires. Excuse me for 1 second. Testing. All right, we're back. A, the complaint fails to establish personal jurisdiction relating to the Hex software. The complaint does not adequately allege that Mr. Hart purposely availed himself of the privilege of doing business in the United States with respect to Hex. Even the complaint's allegations about U.S. residents who use the Hex software are threadbare. There's nothing about how many supposed U.S. persons executed the Hex software, how much they transacted, or even whether they did so from within the United States. All that the complaint alleges is the persons who live in the United States, just like everyone else in the world, were capable of using the global online Ethereum network to execute the Hex software, and that some of them did so to create Hex tokens. References here state that Hex is a self-executing software program residing on the Ethereum blockchain. Another reference, individuals use their ETH tokens to create Hex tokens. Another reference, US persons used Hex software. It does not allege that Mr. Hart was even aware that these individuals were using the software, let alone that they lived in the United States. Those allegations do not begin to show Mr. Hart, quote, purposely directing his activities at residents of the United States, end quote. Well-established constitutional limits on courts' exercise of personal jurisdiction make clear that these allegations are not enough. Defendants can be subjected to a forum's jurisdiction only if they purposely reach out beyond their state and into the forum. A corollary is that using the internet to make something accessible in any jurisdiction, as the SEC alleges Mr. Hart did, does not amount to Mr. Hart reaching out into every jurisdiction. Like mass emailing, website hosting, and internet posting, publishing software on a decentralized blockchain is peculiarly non-territorial because the internet operates in every state regardless of where the user is physically located. And when a person places information on the internet, he can communicate with persons in virtually every jurisdiction. More references below. The last one says, internet activity is an insufficient basis for personal jurisdiction because websites are, generally speaking, equally accessible everywhere. Rather, the alleged internet activity must be expressly targeted or directed to the forum, in this case, the United States, to establish the minimum contacts necessary to support the exercise of personal jurisdiction. Recap of summary here is no jurisdiction where the website does not target forum residents in particular. No such targeting of the United States is alleged. The lack of alleged purposeful direction towards the United States is underscored by the fact that the users executed the Hex software program on their own, without any input from Mr. Hart. The unilateral activity of those who claim some relationship with a non-resident defendant cannot satisfy the requirement of contact with the forum state. Instead, jurisdictional contacts must be the defendant's own choice and not random, isolated, or fortuitous. As the complaint acknowledges, the Hex software is a self-executing computer program on the globally accessible Ethereum blockchain network. The complaint does not and cannot allege that Mr. Hart had any choice in or knowledge of who executed the program or from where. Mr. Hart is not alleged to have played any part in individuals' execution of the software beyond publishing the software program to the blockchain in the first place. Individuals' subsequent choice to execute the software program on the global Ethereum network from wherever they may have done so is quintessentially unilateral activity that cannot establish personal jurisdiction. Reference here, summarized as plaintiff's payment emanating from a bank in New York were unilateral activity. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. I'm adding a co-host of mine, Will, who's going to help me run the rest of the show. With that being said, I'm going to keep going through the section until we get to a good endpoint, and then we'll introduce him further. Back to the article. This deficiency is not cured by the SEC's vague allegation that individuals could execute the Hex software to create tokens using an unexplained online portal. As the complaint appears to acknowledge, any sort of portal would merely run code in Hex's smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. There's no allegation of a website or online service that could directly transact with users. The allegations all run back to the self-executing Hex software program, as they must. The complaint's reference to optional web interfaces to execute Hex's software staking function for Hex tokens that users already have access to, or to execute the Uniswap software, an unrelated third-party program. These suffer from similar flaws, in addition to being irrelevant to the purported offering at issue. Those alleged interfaces are necessarily distinct from the self-executing blockchain programs, as they are merely an avenue through which users can access the programs. See Powelta, Hudebert, and Claire Leveneur. A reference here. Summary of references describing distinction between protocols that exist on blockchain networks and interfaces that provide one avenue to access those protocols. And any such user access provides no jurisdictional predicate for a case against Mr. Hart. These deficient allegations stand in sharp contrast to cases such as SEC versus Plex Corp, where the defendant's website was alleged to have directly interacted with users by accepting payments and user registrations, processing credit card transactions, and selling tokens. 2018 WL reference here. No website is alleged to have had those capabilities here, where the only action alleged is the unilateral decision of users to execute a software program on a global blockchain network. Premising jurisdiction over Mr. Hart on the allegation that Uniswap's software developers are headquartered in Brooklyn makes even less sense. Uniswap is not alleged to be affiliated with Mr. Hart, nor could it be. It is a decentralized autonomous software program through which anyone can make tokens on the Ethereum blockchain available for trading without anyone else's permission. Quote, summarized as explaining Uniswap's permissionless nature and noting that all transactions happen automatically through the code baked into smart contracts. Relying on where Uniswap's developers live would subject virtually every token on the Ethereum blockchain to personal jurisdiction in the United States. Mr. Hart's alleged statements about Hex on social media and on Hex-related websites also fail to establish jurisdiction. It is now well established that one does not subject himself to the jurisdiction of the courts in another state simply because he maintains a website in which residents of that state visit. Reference there. The SEC alleges nothing to suggest that Mr. Hart's statements about Hex were purposely directed at individuals in the United States, as opposed to simply, quote, making information available to those who are interested, end quote, wherever they live. Whether or not anyone in the United States saw these statements, they are nothing more than globally available internet content. Reference here. Reference states, defendant cannot reasonably anticipate being hauled into court in forum due to social media posts accessible to forum residents, but not expressly targeted at or directed to them. And another one summarized as worldwide promotional activities for cryptocurrency could not confer jurisdiction over foreign defendants. All right. Welcome to the show, Will. Apologies.
Fucking hey, bro.
This is a lot.
Yeah, it looks like you could use a tag in, bro. If you need me to read anything or if you need to summarize anything, you let me know, and I am ready.
I am doing pretty well right now. I think we're doing all right. I'll let you know if I need a tag in, if with the cottonmouth gets too bad. But as of right now, we're just trying to go top to bottom, and we're actually almost halfway through the document, which is good news.
Yep. While you're doing that, I'm going to be pulling up summaries and doing some ChatGPT research. So you go ahead and continue on as you're ready, and I will mute myself.
Sounds good. Thanks, brother. All right. Argument 1, Part B. The complaint fails to establish personal jurisdiction relating to the alleged Pulse Chain and Pulse X transactions. The complaint's allegations regarding Mr. Hart's actions with respect to Pulse Chain and Pulse X likewise fall short of the jurisdictional bar. The SEC alleges that out of the 179,000 sacrifice transactions between a Pulse Chain and Pulse X, some unspecified number of transactions were undertaken by unidentified individuals in the United States, one of whom allegedly resides in Brooklyn. These sacrifices allegedly consisted of individuals voluntarily sending cryptocurrencies to 2 wallet addresses on the Ethereum network that the SEC dubs the, quote, Pulse Chain sacrifice address, quote, and the Pulse X sacrifice address. The complaint does not allege that these transfers were performed on the Pulse Chain blockchain, which did not exist yet, or on any website or interface. The SEC notably does not allege that Mr. Hart took any actions to affect those transfers. In short, the complaint alleges unilateral one-way transfers that individuals could make on a global blockchain network, the blockchain equivalent of individuals anonymously mailing items to a foreign post office box. The owner of such a box would not have knowledge or control of who sends mail to it or from what jurisdiction it was sent. Indeed, the complaint is utterly lacking any allegations that Mr. Hart knew who or where any Pulse Chain or Pulse X sacrifice participants were. The unilateral activity of those individual senders cannot satisfy the requirement of the contract with the forum. Nor does personal jurisdiction arise out of the subsequent launch of the Pulse Chain blockchain network and the Pulse X software. Upon their launch, a new blockchain network was created, software was published on it, and Pulse X tokens, not alleged to have any value at launch, were created in addresses on that new network, so that it could function as intended. More references there. Mr. Hart's creation of a new global blockchain network and tokens on that network was not conducted, targeted at, or directed to the United States, just like other internet activities that do not discriminate by geography and are peculiarly non-territorial. The allegation that these newly created tokens on the Pulse Chain network were made available in addresses accessible to sacrifice participants is of no help to the SEC either. As explained above, the SEC does not allege that Mr. Hart had any way to know or control who would send cryptocurrencies to the sacrifice addresses, or from what country. With no such information, he could not have foreseen that these activities would have had an effect in the United States, and in any case, the allegations fail to show that he expressly targeted his activities there. Point C. Exercising personal jurisdiction in this context would be not fair, reasonable, or consistent. Independent of the lack of alleged minimum contacts between Mr. Hart and this forum, the court cannot exercise personal jurisdiction over him because doing so would not be reasonable in the circumstances, and thus would not comport with the traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. define personal jurisdiction based on forum residents' interactions with software on decentralized blockchain networks would amount to an endorsement of worldwide jurisdiction over blockchain networks and the millions of software programs running on them, since they, like the internet itself, are available everywhere. And given that the blockchain software is inherently self-executing, permissionless, and borderless, it would unfairly deprive software publishers around the world of a chance to limit or avoid their exposure to a particular forum's courts. The only way to avoid submitting to worldwide jurisdiction would be to refrain from publishing software on blockchains at all, an outcome that would chill speech and stifle innovation. Expressing personal jurisdiction here would also be inconsistent with prior rulings defining the scope of the U.S. court's jurisdiction over foreign defendants in cases involving cryptocurrency. In PlexCorp, this court scrutinized the SEC's claimed jurisdiction over a foreign defendant involved in this blockchain industry. This court found jurisdiction existed where the defendant's actions included a trip to the United States that likely related to the PlexCoin project, the repeated use of the United States-based payment servicers to process thousands of sales, buyers transferring money through the United States payment services, and U.S. users who created accounts on defendants' websites to purchase PlexCoin. Reference there. The SEC has alleged nothing close to that in this case. Rather, the SEC's claim more closely mirrors Holsworth, where the court observed that general worldwide communications were insufficient to confer jurisdiction over foreign defendants. Because the SEC has alleged merely that Mr. Hart engaged in global communications not targeted at the United States, it would not be reasonable to subject him to this forum's jurisdiction. All right. Subpart D. The complaint fails to establish jurisdiction over Mr. Hart via the alter ego entities. To the extent that the SEC is seeking to establish personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart based on jurisdiction over the three software programs at issue, purported unincorporated alter ego entities of Mr. Hart, that theory falls flat. The SEC fails to allege any facts establishing that Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX exist as entities at all, let alone that they are alter egos of Mr. Hart. The same conclusory assertions could have been made about Mr. Hart's keyboard on his computer. Simply dubbing them entities would not make it so. With nothing to support the SEC's assertion, dismissal of the claims based on any affiliation with these purported entities is required because, quote, the court lacks personal jurisdiction over an entity that does not exist, end quote. This makes good sense as the capacity to litigate, quote, does not extend to entities that lack legal existence, end quote. Even if these three software programs somehow were legal entities, the complaint fails to plead that they are Mr. Hart's alter egos because the allegations do not remotely establish that he exercises complete domination over them. Dismissal of an alter ego claim at the pleading stage is appropriate where the pleadings are devoid of any specific facts or circumstances purporting to the assertion of alter ego liability. That is a reference. All right, on to the next one. These purported entities are self-executing software programs and a blockchain network. The complaint does not allege sufficient factual support to plead that the decentralized technologies are subject to Mr. Hart's domination and control. References here, nor do they share substantially identical management, ownership, or purposes with Mr. Hart. Long reference there as well. Accordingly, the alter ego claims should be dismissed outright. And in any event, they cannot form the basis for personal jurisdiction over Mr. Hart, which must be premised on allegations regarding his own jurisdictional activities. As demonstrated above, such allegations are woefully lacking. All right, pause real quick. All right, argument number 2. The SEC has failed to plausibly plead the existence of a domestic purchase, sale, or offer of securities. The federal securities laws apply only to transactions and conduct within the United States. The SEC bears the burden of plausibly alleging that the activity it challenges is sufficiently domestic. Yet, the SEC's only relevant mentions of domestic activity are that certain persons who interacted with the software at issue or who sacrificed their cryptocurrencies reside there. That is patently insufficient. The failure to plead that the at-issue transactions and conduct, quote, occurred in the United States territory, end quote, requires dismissal. Subsection A. The SEC fails to allege a domestic purchase or sale of securities in connection with its anti-fraud claims. 1. The SEC fails to satisfy Morrison for its anti-fraud claims. The SEC asserts anti-fraud claims sections under the SEC asserts anti-fraud claims under Section 10B of the Exchange Act and under Section 17A of the Securities Act only with respect to alleged pulse chain-related offers and transactions. The SEC must allege that the supposedly fraudulent transactions were either 1. in securities listed on domestic exchanges, or 2. domestic transactions in other securities. The complaint does not allege any listing on a domestic securities exchange. To establish domestic transactions under Morrison for non-exchange activity, the SEC must provide plausible factual allegations that either the purchaser or seller of Pulse tokens associated with Pulse Chain, become irrevocably bound within the United States, or that title was transferred within the United States. The complaint falls short of meeting the Second Circuit's pleading requirements as set forth in Absolute Activist. Allegations concerning U.S. activity are virtually non-existent. There are no factual allegations about any particular transaction and how or why it is domestic, despite the fact that the SEC has broad authority to investigate and obtain evidence to verify and advance its legal theories. The depth of such allegations is telling. The complaint merely alleges that an unidentified resident of Brooklyn and other specified and unquantified investors in the United States sent crypto assets to an address on the Ethereum blockchain associated with the Pulse Chain sacrifice. That is all, and that is not enough to establish that irrevocable liability was triggered in the United States. Courts have consistently held that far more U.S.-centric conduct is insufficient. A lot of references. And more references. Okay. Irrevocable liability attaches only, quote, when the parties to the transaction are committed to one another, or when, in the classic contractual sense, there was a meeting of the minds of the parties, end quote. The complaint says that sacrifice participants would receive Pulse tokens at some unspecified point in the future, and that one person believed he would receive Pulse tokens. One-sided belief does not establish a meeting of the minds in the United States or anywhere else, so as to establish irrevocable liability. That is particularly true where this purported belief is contradicted by express disclosures that sacrifice participants should have no expectation. In sum, the complaint does not plausibly allege that any individuals became irrevocably bound within the United States to take receipt of Pulse tokens. To the extent that the SEC's Section 17A claims are directed at alleged offers, Morrison requires allegations that a defendant, 1. attempt or offer in the United States to dispose of securities, or 2. solicit in the United States an offer to buy securities. There is no doubt that the focus of the offer under the Securities Act is on the person or entity attempting or offering to dispose of or soliciting an offer to buy securities. But the SEC does not allege that Mr. Hart did anything at all in the United States. All right, subsection number 2. Dodd-Frank did not override Morrison for SEC anti-fraud actions. Unable to satisfy Morrison, the previous section, the SEC had previewed the arguments that Congress overrode Morrison with respect to anti-fraud enforcement actions and resurrected the conduct and effects test that Morrison abrogated. The SEC is incorrect. Congress did not override Morrison. Morrison held that Section 10B's extraterritorial scope is a merits question and not a question of subject matter jurisdiction. In Section 929PB of Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, aka the Dodd-Frank Act, Congress only amended the Exchange Act's and Security Act's relevant jurisdictional provisions. These jurisdictional changes do not affect Morrison's holdings regarding the scope of a claim under the federal securities law. See SEC versus Chicago Convention. Morrison stands and the SEC does not meet it. Subsection number 3. Even if Dodd-Frank overrode Morrison, the SEC's anti-fraud claims, the SEC fails to fails the conduct and effects test. Even if, counterfactually, the Dodd-Frank jurisdictional amendments changed the test for whether the SEC has stated sufficient allegations on the merits to pursue its anti-fraud claims, the SEC still has not satisfied its burden. According to the SEC, the Dodd-Frank amendments grant jurisdiction in connection with conduct within the United States that constitutes significant steps in furtherance of the violation or conduct occurring outside the United States that has a foreseeable substantial effect within the United States. The complaint does not plausibly allege either conduct or effects in the United States. Vague allegations that unquantified participants in the pulse chain sacrifice resided in the United States do not plausibly establish effects in the United States that are either substantial or foreseeable, let alone both. There is no allegation that Mr. Hart targeted U.S. persons, foresaw that they would participate, or had any way to know or control who would unilaterally send crypto assets to the pulse chain sacrifice address. Thus, the claim fails even under the SEC's own incorrect view of the law. All right, allegation subsection B. The SEC fails to allege a domestic sale or offer of securities in connection with its Section 5 claims. The SEC cannot dispute that the Morrison domesticity test applies to its Section 5 claims. For Section 5 claims, to the extent the court is determining whether sales occurred domestically, the transactional domesticity test set out in Morrison and clarified in Absolute Activist governs this analysis, end quote. Likewise, to determine whether offers occurred domestically, the same test applies as for Section 17A claim, in quoting the test for offers laid out from the Goldman Sachs Co. Again, the SEC fails to meet Morrison's structures. The SEC alleges that only investors in the United States used the Hex software to create Hex tokens and participated in the Pulse Chain and Pulse X sacrifices. As discussed above, it is black letter law that the SEC must provide factual allegations showing that irrevocable liability was incurred or title passed within the United States. The SEC does not do so. As to alleged offers, it is the location of the offerers, here Mr. Hart, that is relevant. But the SEC makes no allegation that Mr. Hart ever set foot in the United States at any relevant time, let alone that he made any offers in the United States. The SEC has failed to plausibly allege that there were any domestic offers or sales of any securities. All right, Section C. The SEC's claims should be dismissed because the transactions it alleges are predominantly foreign. Qualifying a securities transaction as domestic does not end the analysis, whereas here the alleged transactions are so predominantly foreign application of the federal securities laws is impermissibly extraterritorial, regardless of the transaction's domesticity. Long reference there. The court should dismiss the SEC's claims is in accordance with Morrison and Absolute Activist. And more reference there. The complaint's allegations concerning Mr. Hart evince predominantly foreign conduct. It alleges that Mr. Hart, an individual living in a foreign country, published software on a globally accessible blockchain network, posted blockchain addresses on the internet to which anyone around the world could send crypto assets, and made statements on the internet about the software. There is nothing at all domestic about any of the alleged conduct. Allegations that some persons in the United States with no relation to or affiliation with Mr. Hart or the alleged alter ego entities may have executed the software or sent their cryptocurrencies to those addresses does not change the foreign character of the allegations. Okay, another quick break. Will, any section or any comment?
I have no comments on anything specifically. This is all a little bit over my head. So I just got done getting the ChatGPT to basically I had it summarize everything, and then I had it summarize each particular section of the 5 arguments generally that are made by Richard Hart. I've posted those up in the Telegram for the folks at home who are watching us live. If you guys hop on over into the Degen Roundtable Telegram chat, there is a specific topic created. It's got the little Hex logo. And I'm just now posting the final comment, which is basically inviting people to come watch this stream where you're reading the entire document in full, and then we'll talk about it and our feelings and everything towards the end. But do you need me to take over reading for you? Are you good to keep going? What's your plan here?
I'm good to keep going. I just needed to have you speak so I could take a drink of water.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Whenever you're ready, bro.
All right, let's get back to it. We are on
All right.
argument number 3. The complaint fails to state a claim for securities fraud. The SEC attempts to assert claims for securities fraud under Section 17A, A1 and A3 of the Securities Acts, and under Section 10B of the Exchange Act, and Rules 10B-5 and 10B-5C promulgated thereunder. These are only scheme liability claims, not claims for misleading statements or omissions under Rule 10B-5 or Section 17A2. These claims relate to only one of 3 software programs at issue, PulseChain, and the claims hinge on a mere 6 paragraphs of allegations. Quote, to prove scheme liability, the SEC must show that defendants, 1, committed a deceptive or manipulative act, 2, in furtherance of the alleged scheme to defraud, 3, with CNCA, or that's the word SCIENTER. I can't remember how to properly pronounce that, but it's basically talking about state of mind is the definition of that word. So intent, in other words. The SEC must also allege that the scheme was in connection with the purchase or sale of any security. Rule 10b-5, or in the offer or sale of any securities, Section 17a. Rule 9b requires the SEC to plead securities fraud claims with particularity. For scheme liability claims, the SEC must state with particularity what deceptive or manipulative acts were performed, which defendants performed them, when the acts were performed, and the effect the scheme had on investors in the securities at issue. Allegations that are conclusory or unsupported by factual assertions are insufficient. Even if PulseChain were security, and it is not, the SEC's securities fraud claims fall far short of that high bar for several reasons. The SEC fails to allege with particularity any deceptive act or scheme, and it may not assert a scheme liability claim based on alleged misstatements or omissions, and it alleges no such misstatement or omission in any case. The SEC also fails to allege facts supporting a strong inference of CNCA, and it pleads a factual impossible timeline. Each of those defects mandates dismissal. Point A. The complaint alleges no deceptive act or fraudulent scheme. Pleading a deceptive act in connection with a scheme to defraud requires alleging conduct involving cheating or trading in falsehoods, such as by causing to believe the false or to disbelieve the true. Where deceptive conduct is not alleged, the securities fraud provisions do not apply. The SEC's fraud claims fail because the complaint alleges no deceptive conduct. The SEC asserts that investors invested more than $354 million of crypto assets in PulseChain, and that Mr. Hart allegedly used about $8.9 million of the PulseChain assets to fund purchases of luxury goods. But the complaint is remarkably silent as to where Mr. Hart stated would be done with the assets, owing to the fact that he promised nothing. While the SEC makes the conclusory assertion that expenditures were of investor assets, the conclusion is supported by no particularized facts. There is no allegation that these assets belonged to or were being held in custody for anyone, or that they were being used for any specific purpose. As the complaint concedes, individuals knew they were sacrificing their assets. Indeed, 2 sentences omitted by the SEC that immediately precede the snippets that they selectively quote firmly contradict the bare assertion that so-called investors had any claim to the assets in question. We have some quotes here. It says, interviewer, when you sacrifice, what does it mean? What is a sacrifice? Mr. Hart, you lose your coins. You do not have them anymore. Or the political statement that you believe in free speech is a protected human right and blockchains are speech. And you're sacrificing to prove that you believe that. That is an excerpt from the July 21st, 2021 live stream. In the same statement, Mr. Hart made it clear to people that they could not expect the sacrifice proceeds would be used for any charitable purpose. From Richard Hart, those sacrifice addresses, to the best of my knowledge, do not go to charity. And written right there on the Pulse Chain website, it says, you must have no expectation of profit from the work of others. And so, you should have no expectation of profit from the work of others. You have lost your money, you have sacrificed it, it is gone. The world has viewed this, and you've entered the sacrifice set. That's the end of the quote. Thus, the SEC's own allegations and the express statements incorporated by reference into the complaint dispel the SEC's conclusory assertions that sacrificed assets were promised to be held for the individuals who sacrificed them, or to be used in any particular way at all. All the SEC points to is the alleged use of a decentralized aggregator and mixer to conduct blockchain transactions, which supposedly concealed the use of proceeds. But having identified no commitment made by Mr. Hart as to the use of the sacrificed assets, and given the express disclosures that the assets were lost, sacrificed, and gone, the SEC cannot allege a scheme premised on not revealing how those proceeds were then used. Quote, a securities fraud claim does not lie when the defendant disclosed the very risks about which plaintiffs claim to have been misled, end quote. Unable to articulate any form of deception, the SEC instead relies entirely on an allegation that, quote, Hart gave investors a reasonable expectation that their funds would be used to develop PulseChain, end quote. But other than that bare assertion, the SEC alleges nothing to suggest that anyone would have had any reasonable expectations about how the admittedly sacrificed assets would be used. Nor could it, as the same public commentary that the SEC replies on in the complaint plainly states that individuals who sacrificed have lost their money and should not have expectations. The SEC's hypothetical expectation to the contrary is thus not reasonable at all, is not pleaded with particularity, and should not be accepted. The SEC alleges only that Mr. Hart spoke about PulseChain development and the release of Pulse tokens. But the SEC admits the PulseChain network was developed and did launch, and Pulse tokens did become available. The alleged facts and statements leave the SEC without any semblance of a deceptive scheme. The complaint also fails under Rule 9b because it alleges that no particularized facts to support the conclusory allegation that participants were given a reasonable expectation that 100% of the alleged sacrifice funds would be spent on software development for the PulseChain network. The SEC cannot point to a single statement, social media post, or disclosure to support this theory. Relying on one unnamed person to confirm his belief that his assets would be used to develop PulseChain does not save the claim. Where the SEC seeks to rely on unidentified witnesses, it must establish the confidential witness reliability and personal knowledge with sufficient particularity, which it does not do. In any event, a single unsubstantiated expectation is not enough to prop up a fraud theory contradicted by the facts alleged that participants sacrificed their assets. All right, subsection B. The complaint fails to state a claim of any fraudulent omission. The SEC also attempts to portray its reasonable expectations theory as a fraudulent omission claim, alleging that Mr. Hart never disclosed that certain alleged purchases and transfers relating to PulseChain sacrifice assets would occur. That theory fails to state a claim because 1. Claims for scheme liability under Rules 10b-5 and 10b-5c and Section 17a1 and a3 cannot be asserted solely based on fraudulent statements or omissions. And number 2, Mr. Hart had no duty to disclose the information in question. Scheme liability requires, quote, the performance of an inherently deceptive act that is distinct from an alleged misstatement, end quote. The SEC cannot bootstrap an omission case onto a scheme claim as it tries to do here. The claim that Mr. Hart never disclosed something falls precisely into the realm prohibited by Rio Tinto because it does not allege any inherently deceptive act distinct from the alleged misstatement or omission. Nor would these claims survive had they been premised on an omission theory under Section 17a2 or Rule 10b-5b, which the SEC has not asserted. Such a theory would fail because Mr. Hart had no obligation to disclose the information at issue. An omission is actionable under the securities law only when the defendant is subject to a duty to disclose the omitted facts. Very long reference there. Skipping below. There is no fiduciary or other similar relationship between Mr. Hart and the alleged pulse chain participants whom the SEC contends were entitled to further information. Mr. Hart is not alleged to be a director, officer, trustee, broker, financial advisor, or any sort of professional assuming a role of a fiduciary or similar confidential relationship. On the contrary, he is alleged to be someone who led the creation of a decentralized blockchain software platform, a position bearing no resemblance to a fiduciary, particularly given his repeated and express disclaimers and statements incorporated into the complaint. Because there is no such relationship, Mr. Hart has no duty of disclosure. Nor can the SEC identify any statement that was rendered materially misleading by the alleged non-disclosure regarding expenditures of pulse chain assets. There was no statement regarding the intended uses of such assets at all. Statements incorporated into the complaint go so far as to state the funds should be considered lost and sacrificed, and that individuals should have no expectation regarding them. Accordingly, there was no obligation to speak up about their use. Subsection C. The complaint fails to allege CNCA. The securities fraud claims also fails because the complaint fails to allege facts sufficient to establish Mr. Hart's state of mind. The Second Circuit's higher standard for securities fraud requires that the SEC to allege facts giving rise to a strong inference of fraudulent intent. The SEC must therefore establish that Mr. Hart had both motive and opportunity to commit fraud or provide strong circumstantial evidence of conscious misbehavior or recklessness. A complaint can pass this bar only if a reasonable person would deem the inference of mental state cogent and at least as compelling as any opposing inference one could draw from the facts alleged. Moreover, when an allegation of state of mind is based on the non-disclosure of information, a failure to disclose particular information by itself can only constitute recklessness if there was an obvious duty to disclose that information. The complaint pleads no deception at all, let alone that Mr. Hart knew or was reckless in not knowing that he was engaged in a deception of anyone. The complaint cannot avoid the disclosures it incorporates by reference, in which Mr. Hart told participants they were sacrificing their assets such that they had lost them and don't have them anymore, and that those assets do not go to charity. Rather than deceive people about the consequences of sending their assets to the sacrifice wallet, Mr. Hart was transparent. He explained that the sacrifice meant the assets were gone and that he would make no representations about how the assets would or would not be used. The complaint also alleges that Mr. Hart intended to develop and release the Pulse Chain blockchain network and create Pulse tokens on that network, and concedes that Mr. Hart did do so. In other words, Mr. Hart allegedly promised only things that came true, and he is alleged to have done exactly what he said he would do. Thus, not only does the complaint fail to make the required allegation that Mr. Hart secretly intended not to perform, it does not allege that Mr. Hart failed to perform in any respect. The SEC may disagree with Mr. Hart's statements and actions, but they do not give rise to any inference of fraudulent intent, let alone a strong one. Or the far more cogent and compelling inference is that Mr. Hart meant exactly what he said. Right.
You're doing excellent.
Subsection. Thank you. We're on page 51 out of 69. We're getting there.
I like it.
The SEC's factual allegations regarding the challenged expenditures are implausible because they are impossible. All these legal defects aside, the SEC's fraud claim also fails because it is factually impossible and therefore implausible. The SEC alleged the following timeline. Bullet point number 1. In August of 2021, Mr. Hart began making disputed purchases using the proceeds of certain cryptocurrency mixer transactions that allegedly mixed certain assets from the Pulse Chain Sacrifice wallet. Bullet point number 2. In January 2022, Mr. Hart conducted the aforementioned mixer transactions through which he allegedly mixed assets from the Pulse Chain Sacrifice wallet and received the proceeds that he began using in August 2021. If this timeline appears confusing, it is because it makes no sense. The SEC claims that Mr. Hart somehow began spending the proceeds of the mixer transaction 5 months before those proceeds existed. That cannot be. The SEC alleges that Mr. Hart purchased cars and watches, not time machines. Even at the motion to dismiss stage, a court need not feel constrained to accept as truth conflicting pleadings that make no sense or that would render a claim incoherent. A timeline that necessitates time travel is not only incoherent, but sufficiently fantastic to defy reality as we know it. There you go, Will. I'll leave you a quick chance to comment on that section. It is one of the more fun ones.
Ridiculous. I couldn't like. I'm glad that I was muted there because I was just fucking busting out laughing. It's like, yes, he spent the money before he had it. He mixed it before it ever existed, and yada yada da. And then that little bit at the end about like, oh, how fantastic it would be to have a time machine. That's absolutely great. How are you doing, bro? How you
I'm doing pretty well. I do want to save the analysis and the opinion parts towards the end, but just real quick, that part right there, to re-clarify, the SEC alleges that in 2021, Richard Hart started using the proceeds of a cryptocurrency mixer that he took funds from the sacrifice wallets, and then they allege that in January of 2022, he actually uses that mixer to create the funds which he spent previously. So it's trying to say he spent the funds before he ever had them. By 5 months.
Yep.
All right, last two arguments. These are shorter, I do believe. So nothing about this is short. Argument number 4. The complaint does not adequately allege that any parties entered into a investment contract. The SEC's complaint also fails because it has failed to allege that any of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX were offered as investment contracts and are therefore subject to federal securities laws. The SEC's complaint spends paragraphs detailing, often inaccurately, how users acquired Hex, Pulse, or PulseX tokens, what users could choose to do with the software programs, and the statements Mr. Hart made about how the software code representing these tokens operates. Yet, missing from the complaint is a single allegation of how these programs function as a contract, let alone an investment contract, entailing an expectation of profit. Without that, the complaint fails to state a claim on which relief can be granted. Subsection A. The SEC is required to show that Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX were investment contracts in order for federal securities laws to apply. Each of the SEC's claims require that the users of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX have engaged in securities transactions. Section 10B of the Exchange Act requires that underlying conduct relate to the purchase or sale of any security. Section 17 of the Securities Act requires the offer or sale of any securities. And Section 5 of the Securities Act applies to transactions only where the instrument at issue is a security. Absent a security transaction as to each of the 3 software programs, the SEC has no jurisdiction. Section 3A10 of the Exchange Act defines a security to include stocks, notes, treasury stocks, security-based swaps, bonds, certificates of deposit for security, and other items, including investment contracts. The SEC alleges that users of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX software programs entered into investment contracts regarding the programs and that, accordingly, by making the programs available to the public, Mr. Hart engaged in the offering of securities. These allegations are the circular, conclusory logic behind them fail as a matter of law. The complaint fails to allege the existence of any contract, underlying agreement, or promise of future actions between any parties, much less between Mr. Hart and any person who chose to engage with the software programs he allegedly published. The Exchange Act does not define the term investment contract. Rather, the Supreme Court in the term in SEC versus W.J. Howie and subsequent cases. In Howie, the court examined whether an offering of units of a citrus grove development coupled with a contract for cultivating, marketing, and remitting the net proceeds to the investor constituted an investment contract. The court, relying on the meaning of investment contract in the state blue sky laws that predate the Securities Act, held that an investment contract, The court, relying on the meaning of an investment contract in the state blue sky laws that predated the Securities Act, held that an investment contract is, quote, any contract, transaction, or scheme whereby a person invests his money in a common enterprise and is led to expect profits solely from the efforts of the promoter or a third party, end quote. The court concluded that the offering in Howey was an investment contract because, through the combination of land sales contracts, warranty deeds, and service contracts, the purchasers provide the capital and share in the earnings and profits, while the promoters manage, control, and operate the enterprise pursuant to their ongoing obligations in the service contracts. For a contract or agreement to create an expectation of profit, as required by Howey, one party must have a continuing obligation to another to generate profits. The Supreme Court has repeatedly reinforced this basic requirement in a series of decisions handed down since Howey, each of which has confirmed that an investment contract involves a contract in which an offeror has continuing obligations to an investor. The SEC itself has observed as much. See brief for the SEC versus Edwards. Cases in the Second Circuit and elsewhere similarly recognize that investment contracts require ongoing obligations from one party to another. Long references here. Stand by. Conversely, where no continued obligation is owed from one party to another, both the Second Circuit and other circuits have rejected assertions that an investment contract exists. More references. Stand by. Wow. Recent cryptocurrency decisions are instructive on this point. In SEC versus Coinbase, for example, Judge Fila recently held that transactions on the Coinbase cryptocurrency platform plausibly met the definition of investment contracts based on multiple promises and future commitments made to token users. Specifically, in denying Coinbase's motion for judgment on the pleadings, Judge Faya focused on the allegations that developers advertise the fact that capital raised through retail sales of tokens will continue to be reinvested, and issuers publicized to investors in the primary and secondary markets that profit from the continued sale of tokens would be fed back into further development of the tokens ecosystem. Thus, the existence of a continuing obligation is necessary for the formation of an investment contract subject to securities laws. Subsection B. The SEC fails to allege that any purported investment contract was created through Hex, PulseChain, or PulseX software. Here, the complaint fails to allege the existence of a contract or agreement involving Mr. Hart or anyone else, or any ongoing obligations owed by Mr. Hart or anyone else to people who used the three software programs at issue. Unlike the allegations in Coinbase, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX are not alleged to have required, promised, or advertised that users' assets would be invested into business growth, ecosystem development, or other coordinated and continued efforts. Neither Mr. Hart nor anyone else is alleged to have made statements suggesting that users' assets would be invested or used for anything at all. For instance, it was clearly disclosed that Hex launched as a complete product. Like Bitcoin, which the SEC concludes is not a security, Hex is a digital asset with no intended or promised functionality beyond its software code. The Hex software allowed individuals to use their ETH tokens to create Hex tokens during a fixed period of time, and to stake their Hex tokens to programmatically create additional Hex tokens. Those functions were built into the software from the start and required no further input from anyone but those who chose to use it. The complaint does not allege otherwise. Thus, the only efforts alleged are those of the Hex users themselves, who execute the Hex software to lock up their Hex tokens, and later execute Hex software to programmatically create new Hex tokens at the end of their staking periods. No lending, investing, custodying, technical, or managerial efforts are alleged. The annual returns from staking are simply the mathematical result of the tokens being created by stakers executing the software, which the SEC does not and cannot allege has ever failed to function as programmed. The complaint's assertions that Mr. Hart promised that Hex smart contract would pay additional Hex tokens to be delivered in the future is merely a characterization. Excuse me.
Bless you.
I know. The complaint's assertions that Mr. Hart promised that the Hex smart contract would pay additional Hex tokens to be delivered in the future is merely a characterization of how that software function works. Mr. Hart was no more promising anything than a person promises that a log placed in a fire will burn. Consequently, the users of Hex software could not have reasonably expected to derive profit from the managerial efforts of Mr. Hart or anyone else. No planned development for Hex is alleged. As the complaint concedes, Hex was published on an existing blockchain network, Ethereum. Many software programs and tokens exist on the Ethereum network, and smart contracts can be created by anyone with a basic understanding of Ethereum. As such, no maintenance or development of the Hex software was required or even possible. The program's continued existence on the Ethereum network has nothing to do with Mr. Hart. He could not shut it off even if he wanted to, nor could anyone else. Without the possibility of continued efforts through a common enterprise, there can be no investment contract. That sets Hex apart from cases where digital assets allegedly were intended to grow in value based on technical development. The complaint also fails to allege that Mr. Hart owed any person a continued obligation of any sort, much less an obligation to generate profits. To allege that Mr. Hart stated the design intention of Hex, Pulse, and PulseX was to be valuable, or that he believed they would appreciate, is not to allege that he promised or undertook any ongoing obligations to do anything. Citations to Mr. Hart's comments on the cryptocurrency industry or various tokens come nowhere close to alleging that he undertook to generate profit on any user's behalf. Also absent from the complaint are allegations that Mr. Hart or others had any obligation to provide services for or have any interactions at all with Hex, PulseChain, or PulseX software programs. As to PulseChain, the complaint alleges that Mr. Hart, quote, promised to deliver Pulse tokens in the future, end quote. Notably, that allegation does not quote any language that this promise was made by Mr. Hart, although the complaint is otherwise replete with direct quotes from him. And the allegation is contradicted by the very disclosures that the SEC cites in the immediate paragraph preceding. The SEC neglected to quote the full statement, which reads as follows. You are sacrificing to prove how strong you believe in the blockchains are speech, and speech is a protected human right. There is an important political statement. You must have no expectation of profit from the work of others. The set of people who have sacrificed to show their commitment to this political statement makes a great set of people to airdrop free things to. These sacrifice points are not meant to have any monetary value. Remember, you're not buying anything. The world is just noticing you are amongst a group of people that sacrifice to make a political statement. That is the end of the passage. A similar statement was made as to PulseX. Here we go. Quote, you can give your crypto away, sacrifice it as a political statement. Once you have done that, you do not own it anymore. Never expect profit from the work of others. Whoever owns your crypto after you sacrificed it does not work for you. End quote. These statements alone are sufficient to have made users aware that they were not owed any future profits or other obligations. In the absence of evidence, the SEC retreats to the conclusory assertions about individuals' supposed reasonable expectations based on statements by Mr. Hart that merely describe how the software programs were designed to and do in fact function. Why these expectations were reasonable in the face of explicit statements to the contrary remains unexplained. Unlike other digital asset cases in which courts have found the existence of an investment contract, the SEC's complaint lacks allegations about what Mr. Hart did, or even as in the Coinbase, about what he said he would do. Even the standard articulated in the Coinbase case would not allow for the finding of an investment contract on those alleged facts. All right, last section. Here we go. Last argument. Argument number 5. The complaint unconstitutionally infringes on the First Amendment rights of Mr. Hart and thousands of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX participants. Unable to cite or allege dissemination of the sorts of offering materials or communications typically associated with securities contracts, the SEC seeks, in effect, to punish Mr. Hart for his public speech in violation of his rights of free expression under the First Amendment. It also threatens to trample over the rights of thousands of individuals who express themselves through the software programs at issue. A. The complaint's reliance on Mr. Hart's speech as a basis for penalizing him unconstitutionally infringes on his First Amendment rights. The complaints, allegations, and the underlying theory of the SEC's case hinge on Mr. Hart's statement describing the Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX software, explaining how programs worked and how participants could execute the software programs, and offering his opinions about whether the software programs would be successful and the tokens valuable. Of the 58 paragraphs in the factual allegations section of the complaint, 32 of them mention statements by Mr. Hart. According to the SEC, this speech, what Mr. Hart said, not what he did, this transformed Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX software programs into investment contracts. The SEC all but concedes that its enforcement action is premised on Mr. Hart's speech, including overtly political speech that enjoys robust protection under the First Amendment. Bulldozing right past the free speech implications of Mr. Hart's statement about the nature of the PulseChain and PulseX sacrifices, the SEC plucks a handful of Mr. Hart's statements from among hours upon hours of Mr. Hart's commentary and presents them out of context, ignoring the broader aims of Mr. Hart's statements and dismissing as tongue-in-cheek. Mr. Hart repeatedly... Excuse me, one sec. This is a run-on sentence. Ignoring the broader aims of Mr. Hart's statements and dismissing as tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Hart repeated disclaimers about the status of his offerings under the securities laws. The SEC ignores, for example, that Mr. Hart made the statements cited in the complaint on platforms that have been linked to the modern public square. In the course of hours-long discussions during which he situated features of the software programs at issue here in context of his policy objections and political views in support of free expression, privacy, self-sovereignty, technology, education, and more. And then they reference all of the various... You know what? I'll read these. These are the referenced live streams and some of the quotes from them. So first one, I'm very lucky to be in an industry that could really change the relationship of man and government. Next, it's going to be so nice for me to be with people that believe what I believe because I've been pushing and fighting to educate. Next reference, I hope that free speech is not penalizable. I love to educate. Next quote, PulseChain sacrifice for the political statement that you believe free speech is a protected human right and blockchains are speech. Next quote, you're just being witnessed for a political statement. Next quote, the PulseX sacrifice is creating a set of people that believe freedom of movement and assembly are protected human rights. Sacrifice to prove you believe. Next quote. While in the past there may have been difficulty in identifying the most important places, in a spatial sense, for the exchange of views, today the answer is clear. It is cyberspace, the vast democratic forums of the internet in general, and social media in particular. Next quote. Next reference. The First Amendment protects expressive conduct where there is an intent to convey a particularized message, as well as a great likelihood that the message will be understood by those who viewed it. All right, that is the end of the references for that paragraph.
That last reference is important because it was that was relative during the KKK representation. So it was Knights of the Ku Klux Klan v. Carrick. 356. So the general consensus is like people are allowed to speak, even people that we don't necessarily like agree with what they're doing, and we might consider them to be talking about things. So that was a very important case.
For true. All right, we'll do more of an analysis in the analysis section, but yeah, that was apologies. That was a lot of references. We're gonna get back to the text. All right. Because the complaint seeks to punish Mr. Hart for his political speech, for his expressions of opinions about, for example, the social and economic ills the defendant's software programs are designed to address, and the social and economic good they are meant to advance. The enforcement action directly affects Mr. Hart's ability to engage in such speech. Government actions that restrict or punish speech based on its intent are permissible only if they can survive the strict scrutiny, and here they cannot. To satisfy strict scrutiny, the government must prove that the restriction furthers a compelling interest and is narrowly tailored to achieve that interest. Under this standard, if a less restrictive alternative would serve the government's purpose, the legislator must use the alternative. The complaint fails both prongs of that analysis. First, the SEC has no compelling interest in seeking the destruction of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. nor do they have a compelling interest in muzzling Mr. Hart by relying solely on his prior statements as proof these tokens are securities. Yet this is precisely what the SEC seeks, including a permanent injunction against the existence of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX, and against Mr. Hart to bar him from, quote, engaging in activities for purposes of inducing or attempting to induce the purchase, offer, or sale of any crypto asset security by others, end quote. An injunction based on the SEC's insistence that Mr. Hart's words and opinions somehow serve as the primary basis to transform Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX into securities would permanently infringe on Mr. Hart's constitutional rights to express his opinions about the state of cryptocurrency. This overbroad assault is not narrowly tailored, and therefore it cannot pass constitutional muster. Second, any legitimate interest in the SEC might... Excuse me. Gonna read that again. Second, any legitimate interest the SEC might have could be served by other measures that could permit the continued existence of those expressive communities and allow Mr. Hart to continue enjoying his rights under the United States Constitution. Because the SEC's enforcement action fails strict scrutiny, the court should dismiss the complaint as violating the First Amendment. Even under the more permissive rubric of regulated or commercial speech, the SEC's enforcement action based solely on Mr. Hart's speech fails to meet constitutional muster. Commercial speech is implicated when a law regulates how entities can speak about their goods or services. Quote, the Supreme Court has articulated two definitions of what constitutes commercial speech, end quote. First, speech is considered to be commercial when it does no more than propose a commercial transaction, and second, commercial speech constitutes expression related solely to the economic interests of the speaker and its audience. Restrictions on commercial speech are only permissible if 1. They serve a substantial government interest, and 2. Directly advance that government interest, and 3. Are no more extensive than necessary to serve that interest. Here, even assuming arguendo that the SEC is able to assert substantial government interest, this enforcement action seeks to impose restrictions that are far more extensive than necessary. Subsection B. The inherent features of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX warrant First Amendment protection. The complaint offends the First Amendment not only by directly targeting Mr. Hart's speech, but also by targeting the publication of the Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX computer code, which itself is protected expression and which serves as a platform for the protected expression of thousands of people. Numerous courts, including the Second Circuit, have held that the computer code itself, here, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX, contains expressive elements that are protected by the First Amendment. These holdings are consistent with the very foundation of the First Amendment. As the Supreme Court has explained, quote, all ideas having even the slightest redeeming social importance, unorthodox ideas, controversial ideas, even hateful ideas to the prevailing climate of opinion, have the full protection, end quote, of the First Amendment. Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX themselves are expressive computer code and therefore protected First Amendment expression. The code itself creates a library, a database of transactions, through which people may publish ideas for public consumption. The SEC's enforcement action seeks to chill this protected mode of communication. In addition, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX constitute 21st century, quote, public squares, end quote, in which individuals enjoy a First Amendment right to share their ideas and make their voices heard. Participants execute code to disseminate their ideas, including anonymously if they so desire. By attempting to close such public squares and choke off this discourse, the complaint runs afoul of the First Amendment. Lastly, participants' use of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX further constitutes expressive and associative conduct protected under the First Amendment. It is, quote, it is well established that the First Amendment affords protections to symbolic or expressive conduct as well as to actual speech, end quote. To determine whether conduct is sufficiently expressive and entitled to constitutional protection, there must be, quote, an intent to convey a particularized message, end quote, as well as a great likelihood that the message will be understood by those viewing it. Here, users' participation in Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX intends to convey a particularized message that would be understood by those viewing that participation. Specifically, the complaint admits that users participated in the PulseChain sacrifice to signal their belief that, quote, free speech is a protected human right and blockchains are speech, end quote. Participation in the PulseX sacrifice reflected users' support for, quote, freedom of movement and freedom of association and freedom of assembly, end quote. Subsequently making available tokens that the SEC concedes are necessary for individuals to execute software on the blockchain and thereby engage in this expression is an extension of that protected speech. This kind of associative conduct must receive First Amendment protection. Each of these infringements of protected First Amendment ideals is permitted only if the restrictions can pass strict scrutiny. As described in Section 5A above, the SEC's complaint falls well short of this exacting standard and should be dismissed. For all of the foregoing reasons, the SEC's complaint is impermissible effort to penalize and restrain Mr. Hart's speech, along with the speech of thousands of users. Because the government may not selectively regulate the content of speech, and the SEC's complaint at its core seeks to silence Mr. Hart, allegations principally relying on Mr. Hart's words should not be credited. Stripped of the allegations about what Mr. Hart has said, speech that the SEC has no constitutional authority to condemn, there is nothing left of the complaint. There is no foundation on which to claim that Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX were investment contracts, and the complaint should be dismissed. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the complaint should be dismissed, because the manifest legal deficiencies in the complaint cannot be cured by amendment. The dismissal should be with prejudice. Last page here is from the attorneys that worked together to craft this. Finally, we have certificate of service. I hereby certify that on this 8th day of April 2024, I served a true and correct copy of the foregoing memorandum of law in support of defendant Richard Hart's motion to dismiss, defendant Richard Hart's notice of motion to dismiss complaint, and the declaration of Michael E. Liftick with attached exhibits A through G on counsel for Plaintiff Securities and Exchange Commission via electronic mail. There you go. That is the entirety of the document. There are additional documents as attachments. A lot of them are just transcripts of the streams that Richard Hart did, and are also just copies of the old websites that were available, such as the Pulse, PulseX, and Hex websites. There we go.
Bro.
1 hour and 36 minutes.
Very good. Very good. Shout out to all you guys in the chats who were watching along and listening and interacting as well. Good for you guys for being there. I was trying to get Parrot AI Zenith to listen to this discussion that we were having. It's like an AI summarization tool that listens in on meetings and things, but it only works for Zoom. It doesn't hop into StreamYard, so I couldn't figure it out and get it to work and write notes and summarize the stuff. But bro, that's like, there's a lot of good shit in there. Lot of good shit. And also in the document, since you had started, they actually uploaded another document, the original SEC's motion. There, let's see, what is it called? The motion in opposition to defendant Hart's motion to dismiss. So I don't know if you had taken a look at that at all, but that was filed on July 8th. So that was a long time ago. So I'm thinking that this is in response to that, right?
Technically, no. So what I believe this is this is actually finally, let's see if I can pull this up. From our good buddy Chuck, Nuclear Herbs. He says, this is the first of 3 filings you'll see today. This was Richard's original motion to dismiss and the memorandum of law. These two things go together. That someone released back on April 8th. That's why the document references April 8th, but it's date stamped for today. This document is dated April 8th. We talked extensively about this last week. This is nothing new. It's just officially being filed today. This goes back to the court's local rules where briefings don't get officially filed until the motion is fully briefed, i.e. motion, response brief, and reply brief. This is a rule unique to this particular judge and probably has to do with the clock starting on when things have to be heard or decided in Fed court. Most courts don't do it this way. In fact, this is the only judge I've ever seen do it this way. Regardless, you will soon see the SEC's response brief and Richard's reply brief filed at some point today.
Yep.
So that is what's going on with that. By the way, shout out to Nuclear Herbs. I mentioned him at the start of the show. He is a friend of mine, friend of the channel, and good dude. And he is probably by far the leading former lawyer. He told me he officially has no more clients, but he is absolutely a legal powerhouse and runs the PulseChain Law School. So
yes.
Check him out.
There's also
interested.
there's another account that has been created. It is the SEC versus RH updates. It is a Twitter account, and they're the ones that posted the Dropbox link. As far as oh wait, no, yeah, so they got it from Nuclear Herbs, but the SEC versus RH updates, you guys can find it on Twitter at x.com/s/SEC_RH. I'll go ahead and drop that link in the Twitter as well. But yeah, shout out to Chuck for sure, and shout out to SECRH as well for posting this excellent information. I'll go ahead and throw that in the chat now.
Will, I have the official SEC
Oh, is that
response
you?
here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It is 75 pages.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's the one that that popped up. I threw that in ChatGPT. You want me to read the summary of it?
Yeah, go ahead and read a summary real quick. I will be right back. Hold on one sec.
Okay. So the summary, yeah.
Go with your summary.
Yes. All right. I am gonna go for it right now. So the document that I have, well, I don't have it pulled up right now because Zenith is producing. However, the document that's provided is the SEC's memorandum of law opposing Richard Hart's motion to dismiss, and this is a summary of the key sections. So, preliminary statement argues that the SEC's complaint sufficiently alleges securities violations by Richard Hart and his companies, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. 2. So the summary of the allegations. This details the unregistered sale of crypto asset securities, misappropriations of funds by Hart, and misrepresentation to investors. So basically all the shit that we just talked about, or that Zenith was just reading about, and how like all these things are not applicable. And then the arguments go as follows. There's 5 main arguments, right? So the first one is personal jurisdiction. It asserts that Richard Hart has sufficient ties to the United States to be subject to the court's jurisdiction. 2, it argues that the SEC has sufficiently pleaded that the transactions occurred in the United States. 3, the securities fraud. The SEC claims that, it claims that the SEC has adequately alleged fraudulent activities by Hart. 4, investment contracts state that the offerings meet the criteria of investment contracts under the Howey test. And 5, the First Amendment. It contends that Richard Hart's First Amendment rights are not violated by the SEC action. So this is the that's the generic breakdown. I'm going to go ahead and type in there that I want a further detailed summary for this little breakdowny dooha. But yeah, that's the general idea. I'm going to go ahead and actually take a moment to go through and do chat shoutouts. So while I'm doing this chat shoutout stuff, I need to actually I need to log into my other profile so I can do so I can be Mr. Producer. All right, so you guys will just stand by for one moment. Fortunately, I'm able to talk and also click and do things at the same time. And I'm also being rejoined by Zenith. So Zenith, I'm doing a quick round of chat shoutouts here. So I'm logging in as Producer Will as well. So that way I can do chat shoutouts and things. Excellent. And then I'm also having Chat GPT. So I read through a quick little summary, and it's basically just like the opposite of all the things that you read. That's the general idea. So it's like, it doesn't sound like it's anything new or fascinating. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to break it down a little bit more detailed, and I will pick through it and see what we got there. But yeah, that's where we are standing with that. I have to mute myself for entering studio.
How was your summary?
The summary of the response?
The SEC, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and read it again because it doesn't take very long. All right, so preliminary statement argues that the SEC's complaint sufficiently alleges securities violations by Richard Hart and his companies, i.e. Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. Then there's a summary of allegations, which details the unregistered sale of crypto asset securities, misappropriations of funds by Hart, and misrepresentation to investors. And then there's finally the argument, which there are 5 subsections for. Personal jurisdiction asserts that Hart has sufficient ties to the U.S. to be subject to the court's jurisdiction. Domestic transactions argues that the SEC has sufficiently pleaded that the transactions occurred in the United States. Securities fraud claims that the SEC has adequately alleged fraudulent activities by Hart. Investment contracts state that the offerings meet the criteria of investment contracts under the Howey test. And the First Amendment, which contends that Richard Hart's First Amendment rights are not violated by the SEC's action. So I'm going to ask it to go through a little bit more detailed version of the same, and give me a little bit better of a breakdown. But should I run through a quick little spout of chat shoutouts now?
Yeah, let's do a quick chat shoutouts, sweet. And then I'm going to do what I came here to do, which is read the SEC response, which we have not done yet. So apologies, but
bro, that's 75 pages, man. We're going all night, baby. All right, cool beans. Okay, so first up, we've got the Ascending Man, our very own Nate McGettit, saying, "Oh, hell yeah, get on your soapboxy. Fucking A, right." To which you respond, "It's not a soapbox, it's only the sauce."
That's the
Next
point
up,
of this.
we got Chad
we're not trying to inject no opinions yet. We'll save it for the end. We just want to make sure that everyone has access to the document in some kind of form, whether it's you read it yourself or you listen to me torture myself and read it for you, at which you can check out the replay gang and put it at double speed if you so want. If you tune out from here, I totally understand and come revisit later. Other than that, absolute shout out to all my based fellow crypto bros like Chad Donnerschwanz, who says, "I am here only for financial and legal advice." So
Yep. Thank you, Chad Donnerschwanz. We fucking love it. Next up, we got Funk Master Hex saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening to you too, good sir, Mr. Funk Master." And then we've got Nate again, then me saying, "Like that smash button." Make sure you guys are liking that smash button, by the way. Like the hell out of it. Next up, we got Kenturian54X saying, "Wow, what's going on in here?" So we are doing a little bit of reading, right? We're at you guys are at the intermission point. So this is almost halfway. We're almost halfway done. So strap on your boots and get ready. Next up, we got Cassie Kelly. "Oh, heck yeah. Read to us, Zenith." We fucking love it. Crypto Black Sheep is up after that saying, "Story time, wearing the sunglasses." Hex Ed Hexagon 369 is saying, "We love it. Rocket to the moon." Dace Northal showed up and said, "Gang, fucking love it." Moonpilled Rational Optics is going to be catching us on the replay because he's busy at the moment. Black Label Expat is stoked. He's making sure to give us those little eyeballs and things. Farmer J wants to know when we're going to blast off to the moon. And Willie B. Long is letting us know that the SEC can go fuck themselves. After that, I give a quick little, I was doing some producer stuff, letting the folks know what.
Did you find a pronunciation for this word?
Scientiae. I did not find a pronunciation. I just Googled it and then copy pasted and threw it on in there. But it's basically just means that they're a smart person that knows what they're doing. So
for reference in the future, when I'm reading the next document, if I see that word like I did with the last document, I'm going to go ahead and automatically change it out for either state of mind or intent, because that is the definition.
Yep.
It's easier to say.
That's a good way to do it. Yeah, better for the folks at home too, since you're doing a little bit of like reading and also translation at the same time. So
well, there's just so many freaking references.
We're trying to do as little translation as possible. Yeah, for sure. Next up, we've got Paul Sachs saying, "Smash the like. Y'all are tripped for reading all of this. I do feel like AI could help summarize this." You're absolutely right. I've used AI to summarize this. If you guys don't want to sit here and listen to us, then you're probably a silly goose. But you can go check out the Degen Roundtable Telegram. I have made a Richard Hart ChatGPT memo summary in which I have put the first half that we have already covered that Zenith was so kind to read for us over there. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to that Telegram chat in the chats below. So if you guys aren't already a member of the Degen Roundtable, then just click on this link and it will take you to the specific topic that has the ChatGPT summarization. Again, like it's ChatGPT, it's AI summarization. So take it with a grain of salt and nothing much further than that. Next up, we got Sloth saying, "Yo, yo, yo, what's up to you, Crypto Sloth? Glad to see you are in here as well." And Jimmy, thanking you, Zenith, for taking the time to read this. She does appreciate you, and we appreciate you too, Jimmy. Always excellent. And then I go through a long slew of welcoming everyone into the chats. And then, at some point you sneezed, and it made Cassie laugh, so that's pretty fun. Hello Wealth has also joined us, saying, "You're doing great. Thank you, Hello Wealth. We appreciate you joining us as well, and we try to create some excellent content. Like Zenith is pulling the sleigh on this show totally. I'm just here as backup and to provide a break and an opportunity. So fucking get those likes up, get him up for Zenith, guys. He is a trooper for doing this. Shout out to
This
shout
is
out
for
to
all
him
of us,
doing
baby.
so.
It's for everybody.
Yep. Yep. Brissology also thanks us. He says, "Thanks for reading this, guys." Absolutely, Brissology. This is definitely uh, a necessary thing. And this came out 4 hours ago. So good job
The
being on point. I
Dropbox
was
link
in
that I have
IHOP.
came out less than an hour ago.
Oh, no kidding. Fucking
Yeah.
A, bro. Fucking A. All right. Well,
So-
like when we first noticed most of this stuff happening, I was in IHOP at about 4:30 in the afternoon, and I was over here in Central Time, and I was like, "Oh shit, Zenith's about to go live. I better get home." Speaking of IHOP, Paul Sachs says Zenith next beer is on him, so we're gonna have to remember that. Farmer J then asks, "Can we go sue the SEC now?" And I believe that gets us back. Zenith is ready to read for another 90 minutes. Fuck yeah. No summary. Zenith wants to keep reading. All right. And we are now caught up. So, shall we hop right down into it, bro?
Sure thing. For everybody, I think this is a world record for me and Will. We have waited 1 hour and 50 minutes and 15 seconds to bury the lead, which is the actual document we were looking forward to. We just didn't have access to just yet. So with that being said, we're going to get back after it. I have a little bit of lubrication for my mouth and my brain, so we should be good to go. Let me know if you can see that.
I'm closing out my producer tab. I can see it. I'm going to hop out of producer, so I'm sucking up less bandwidth in things here. You producer now.
Fair enough. Alrighty, so we have document number 52 in the case ongoing, filed today. Starting off on page 1 of 75, baby. Let's go. So this is SEC versus Richard Hart. Jury trial demanded. Plaintiff's memorandum of law in opposition to defendant Hart's motion to dismiss. So we just read the motion to dismiss. This is the SEC's response to it. From July 8th, by the way. This was filed back then, but not made publicly available until now. So thank you for that. Allegedly, we might even have the Richard Hart reply, but I don't know if we can go for 3 legal documents in one stream. All right, starting off, table of contents.
All right.
It would be something. Table of authorities, preliminary statement, summary of allegations. We have Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX together, fraud and Pulse Chain investors together, and then we have a slew of Hart's efforts were directed at investors worldwide, including specifically within the United States. We have a virtual appearance at U.S. events, personally promoted Hex and Pulse Chain while in the United States. Investors in the United States purchased the securities, and he engaged in U.S. software developer to work on Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX. Then after that, we have the standard of review, and then we have the arguments. So these are the exact mirror of what we just read previously. So we have personal jurisdiction. We have allegations of purchase, sale, and offer of securities. We have securities fraud. And then we have investment contracts. And then finally, First Amendment stuff. So thankfully, the document does say 75 pages, but the conclusion is on page 62. So that shouldn't be too bad. Table of authorities. Look at all those cases. Wow. Look at them go. So many. All right. Federal statutes. Securities Act of 1933. Securities Exchange Act of 1934. State cases. Rules. Code of Federal Regulations. And here we go. This is the actual document. Let's get after it.
Nice. We're 20% done.
Are we? Actually, yeah. Page 13 out of 75. It's not too bad. All right. Yep. Plaintiff Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, respectfully submits this memorandum of law in opposition to defendant Richard Hart's motion to dismiss complaint motion, often referred to as the motion. So from this point forward, it looks like we're going to be referring to Richard Hart just purely as Hart. And we're going to refer to the previous document we just read as motion. And SEC thankfully shortens their name to SEC. For the reasons set forth below, the court should deny the motion to dismiss. Preliminary statement. Between December 19th and April 2022, defendants engaged in unregistered offers and sales of securities in the form of crypto asset securities. Defendants collected over $1 billion from investors worldwide, including many in the United States, selling Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX assets. Additionally, Hart and PulseChain misled investors about the use of investor funds, and Hart misappropriated investor funds worth millions of dollars for personal luxury purchases, including watches, cars, and the so-called largest black diamond in the world. All defendants are charged with violations of Section 5A and C of the Securities Act, and defendants Hart and PulseChain are additionally charged with violations of anti-fraud provisions under Section 17A1 and 3 of Securities Act and Section 10B of Securities Exchange Act of 1934. Rule 10B-5A and C, thereunder 15 U.S. Code 240.10B-5. In his motion asking the court to dismiss all the claims against him, Hart disregards the well-pleaded allegations of the complaint and the applicable law. First, the complaint and declaration submitted with this motion sufficiently allege facts supporting Hart's contacts within the United States, such as the court asserting personal jurisdiction over him comports with requirements of due process and fairness. Second, the complaint adequately alleges substantial steps taken in the United States in furtherance of Hart's fraud and foreseeable substantial effect on United States investors sufficient to satisfy the conducts and effects test for the Commission's fraud claims. In addition, the complaint adequately alleges domestic purchases, sales, and offers of securities in compliance with Morrison versus National Australian Bank and applicable statuses and precedent. Third, the complaint's securities fraud allegations satisfy this statement, stating with particularity the circumstances constituting fraud or mistake, and providing defendants Hart and PulseChain with the required notice of the SEC's fraud claims. Fourth, the complaint adequately alleges that Hart offered and sold securities which involved an investment of money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profits from the efforts of others, satisfying the Supreme Court's test in SEC versus Howey. Finally, the SEC's complaint does not unlawfully abridge the First Amendment rights of Hart or any Hex, PulseChain, or PulseX investor. For those reasons, and those set forth below, Hart's motion to dismiss should be denied. Summary of allegations. Hart raised more than $1 billion in the unregistered offer and sale of crypto asset securities to retail investors in the United States and elsewhere. See the complaint. Hart personally directed the creation and development of 3 crypto assets called Hex, Pulse, and PulseX, together Hex Hart Securities, as we're going to call them from here on out, including directing the efforts of programmers who wrote the code for each. Hart personally promoted the Hart Securities to investors in the... Instead of Hart Securities, I'm just going to call them RH Assets. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Anytime I say RH Assets, I'm referring to Hex, Pulse, or PulseX. All right, here we go. Hart personally promoted the RH Assets to investors in the United States and immediately misappropriated millions of dollars of PulseChain investor funds to buy cars, watches, and a diamond for himself. Number 1, Hex. From December of 2019 through November of 2020, Hart offered and sold Hex as a crypto asset security he designed to operate on the Ethereum network. Hart billed Hex as the first blockchain certificate of deposit, touting a feature of the crypto network in which investors could stake their tokens in a process that would purportedly continually increase their holdings of Hex. Hart claimed that Hex was built to be the highest appreciating asset that has ever existed in the history of man. It appears that investors tendered as much as $678 million worth of Ethereum tokens to buy Hex tokens between December of 2019 and November of 2020. By staking their Hex tokens in a process that Hart designed, Hex investors could send their tokens to an address with no owner, the Ethereum blockchain's Genesis address. Hart explained on many occasions that Hex token holders would receive an average investment return of 38% in exchange for staking their Hex tokens in this manner. Hart repeatedly emphasized that owning Hex would lead to profit for investors, stating, for example, quote, "If you want to get rich, Hex is built for that," end quote. Hart publicized and personally undertook efforts that he claimed would make Hex successful. He published myriad how-to videos designed to stoke interest and investment in Hex. He undertook efforts to get Hex listed on so-called crypto asset trading platforms, and he designed incentives to lure additional investors to Hex. After the Hex offering, Hart continued to promote Hex and the Hex ecosystem by publicly touting Hex, encouraging investors to buy and stake Hex, and advancing the notion that the upcoming launch of PulseChain and PulseX would generate profit for investors. As of July 2023, Hex's value has dropped about 98.4% below its all-time high. Pulse Chain and Pulse X. Between July 2021 and April 2022, Hart raised more than $354 million in a securities offering to develop Pulse Chain, a purported fork of the Ethereum network, in a process that he called sacrificing. Hart instructed Pulse Chain investors to send him various forms of crypto assets in order to receive Pulse Chain's native token at some point in the future. To avoid Pulse being classified as a security under the Howey test, Hart referred to investments, deposits of crypto assets by investors in returns for the promise to deliver them Pulse tokens, as sacrifices that would yield nothing in return. However, the statements that Hart made emphasizing that investors would profit from Pulse tokens and directly tying that profit to development of Pulse Chain contradicted those disclaimers. Between December of 2021 and April of 2022, Hart raised more than $676 million in a securities offering to develop Pulse X, which he described as a fork of Uniswap's so-called decentralized trading platform. Hart instructed investors to give him crypto assets in exchange for the promise of Pulse X, the Pulse X native token, that could at some later time supposedly be used on the platform that he was still developing. Pulse Chain and Pulse X did not launch, and the investors did not receive Pulse or Pulse X tokens until May 12th of 2023, more than a year after the end of the offering period for Pulse Chain and Pulse X. In the interim, the value of the Pulse Chain and Pulse X investments depended solely on the efforts of Hart and his team of developers who were undertaking efforts to successfully launch the platform and the token. Section 3, Fraud on the Pulse Chain investors. While he was raising funds from Pulse Chain investors, Hart used at least $12.1 million of the sacrificed funds for personal luxury purchases, including watches, cars, and what he called the largest black diamond in the world. Hart often spoke about the efforts that he and his developers were making to bring Pulse Chain online, and he often stated that the purpose of Pulse Chain investors' sacrifice was to support free speech. Yet Hart never disclosed that he was instead actually using millions of dollars worth of their funds for his own personal luxury purchases. Additionally, before he made these purchases, Hart transferred the Pulse Chain investors' funds through an extensive series of back-and-forth transactions apparently aimed at obfuscating the path and origin of the funds. Specifically, it appears as if Hart transferred or directed the transfer of approximately $217 million in Pulse Chain offering proceeds, consisting of various crypto assets from the Pulse Chain sacrifice address to a privately held digital wallet. Then, after the closing of the Pulse Chain offering period, more than $26.5 million of funds were transferred from that private wallet in a series of back-and-forth transactions, resulting in approximately $26 million in investor funds being deposited to the private digital wallet. Next, it appears as if Hart transferred or directed the transfer of $26 million in investor funds through a crypto asset mixer, a program that facilitates anonymous transactions by obfuscating their origin, destination, and counterparties, and then through at least 50 intermediary wallets before ending up on 3 purported crypto asset platforms. Following the mixer transactions, Hart misappropriated $12.1 million of Pulse Chain investor assets to fund purchases of luxury goods. As of July 2023, Pulse and Pulse X are practically worthless due to declines in their value. Hart's efforts were directed at investors worldwide, including specifically within the United States. Hart personally marketed and promoted the RH assets primarily through the internet, including YouTube live stream videos on social media and through websites that he owns, including Hex.com, Hex.win, ETHHex.com, PulseChain.com, and PulseX.com. Hart directed many of his promotional efforts specifically towards investors in the United States, appearing virtually and in person at US-based events marketing his crypto products. Hart also developed Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX using at least one developer that resided in the United States. Hart's virtual appearance at US events. In March 2022, during the offering periods for PulseChain and PulseX, while Hex was being traded on the secondary market, Hart appeared virtually at a Hex conference before a live audience in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hart's virtual appearance was also live streamed on YouTube. During this appearance, he promoted each of Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, and the Hart securities. Hart also appeared virtually on screen before a live audience at PulseCon, another in-person conference in Las Vegas in September of 2022, which was attended by approximately 3,000 people. This event occurred before PulseChain and PulseX were launched in May 2023. During his PulseCon appearance, Hart promoted PulseChain wearing a PulseChain.com shirt, telling the audience that it will be faster and cheaper than the Ethereum network, and providing updates on PulseX's development. At the Las Vegas PulseCon, Hart also discussed additional developments and features that were planned for Hex. These appearances before live audiences in the United States were interactive, with Hart engaging in a dialogue with interviewers and audience members and responding to questions. B. Hart personally promoted Hex and PulseChain while in the United States. In August of 2022, before PulseChain launch and while Hex was trading on the secondary market, Hex appeared in person at a studio in Miami, Florida for an interview for a podcast being conducted by US-based interviews where Hex and PulseChain were promoted. During this interview, Hart promoted Hex and PulseChain with the interviewers, other guests, interviewees, and members of the YouTube livestream audience. Listeners understood this event as a promotion of the investment potential for these assets. For example, during Hart's interview, one of the messages from the viewers in the livestream chat, which was read on air to the audience, indicated, quote, PulseChain will make more billionaires, millionaires than Ethereum, and Hex is bigger than Bitcoin, end quote. Hart told the interviewers and the listening audience that Hex increased its value 10,000 times in 2 years and bragged about the wealth these investments had supposedly brought him, noting he possessed the world's largest diamond, $10 million in watches, and $3 million of cars. Investors in the United States purchased Hart securities. As alleged in the complaint, U.S. investors purchased Hart securities. Additionally, since the filing of the complaint, the Commission has received report of at least 10 U.S. investors who purchased the Hart securities, and in some cases invested in more than one of these offerings. At least one of these investors who resides in California and invested in each of the 3 offerings specifically referenced that he learned of Hart and the 3 offerings through YouTube, Twitter, and Telegram. Another investor who resides in Ohio invested in Hex and stated that he learned about Hart on YouTube and Twitter. Hart engaged a U.S. software developer to work on Hex on the RH assets. Hart also engaged a software developer, Kyle Barr, who resides in the United States, to help develop the RH assets. Hart directed Barr to hire other software developers to assist with developing the assets. Barr helped facilitate interview questions and answers between Hart and the potential developers, and, at Hart's direction, would send a contract for signature to the potential hire. All right, that is the summary of the accusations. On to the standard of review. Quote, to survive a motion to dismiss, a complaint must contain sufficient factual matter accepted as true to state a claim to relief that is plausible on its face, end quote. New quote. A claim has facial plausibility when the plaintiff pleads factual content that allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the misconduct alleged, end quote. The court's function on a motion dismiss is not to weigh the evidence that might be presented at trial, but merely to determine whether the complaint itself is legally sufficient. In deciding the motion, the court must assume, quote, the truth of the facts asserted in the complaint, end quote, and draw all reasonable inferences from those facts in favor of the plaintiff. However, in responding to Rule 12b-2, motion to dismiss for lack of personal jurisdiction, a plaintiff is not limited to the facts pleaded in the complaint and may meet its jurisdictional burden through facts pleaded in response to the motion. To successfully oppose a motion under Rule 12b-2, a plaintiff only needs to make a prima facie showing of personal jurisdiction over the defendant, and the court construes the pleadings and affidavits in light most favorable to the plaintiff, resolving all doubts in plaintiff's favor. A plaintiff may demonstrate a prima facie showing of jurisdiction by the way of complaints, allegations, affidavits, and other supporting evidence, which are evaluated in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Arguments. Argument number 1. The court has personal jurisdiction over Richard Hart. Hart argues that he can evade the court's exercise of personal jurisdiction because he lives abroad and claims he did not directly direct any activity at the United States. The record, however, reflects Hart's purposeful availment of the United States by creating a market for the offer, sale, and purchase of the Hart securities here. Hart thus has the necessary minimum contacts with the United States to support the court's exercise of personal jurisdiction over him. These contacts with the United States demonstrate that Hart should reasonably have anticipated the possibility of being hauled into a U.S. court. Accordingly, the SEC has made the necessary prima facie showing that this court has personal jurisdiction over Hart. Subsection A. Hart had sufficient minimum contacts within the United States. To assess whether the exercise of personal jurisdiction comports with the Due Process Clause, the constitutional analysis consists of two separate components. 1, the minimum contacts inquiry, and 2, the reasonableness inquiry. The minimum contacts inquiry requires the court to consider whether the defendant has sufficient contacts with the forum to justify the court's exercise of personal jurisdiction. In evaluating these contacts, the court may consider whether there is a basis for either, quote, general or all-purpose jurisdiction involving continuous systematic contacts within the forum, or specific case-linked jurisdiction where conduct or the effects of that conduct take place in the forum, end quote. The Second Circuit recognizes 3 requirements to exercise specific jurisdiction over a non-resident. First, the non-resident must, quote, purposefully availed itself of the privilege of conducting activities within the forum state or have purposely directed its contact into the forum state. Second, the plaintiff's claim must arise out of or relate to non-residents' forum conduct. And third, the exercise of jurisdiction must be reasonable under the circumstances, end quote. The court must evaluate the quality and nature of the defendant's contacts with the forum state under a totality of the circumstance test to determine whether the contacts are such that defendant should reasonably anticipate being hauled into court. Minimum contacts may be demonstrated by either a defendant's overall activity within the forum state or by the in-state effects or out-of-state activity. For the effects test, for minimum contacts, a defendant's out-of-state conduct will support the assertion of personal jurisdiction in the forum when defendant's conduct was expressly aimed at the forum and caused effects in the forum. Courts in the Second Circuit have used the effects test to uphold personal jurisdiction when the defendant's conduct giving rise to the plaintiff's claims occurred entirely outside of the forum, but 1, the defendant's acts caused effects in the United States, 2, the effects were the direct and foreseeable results of the actions abroad, and 3, the defendant knew or had good reason to know that the actions would have had effects in the United States. Here, contrary to Hart's assertions, Hart cannot avoid the court's jurisdiction by simply relying on the fact that he lives abroad. Here, the court can assert specific jurisdiction over Hart because of his contacts with the United States that relate directly to the SEC's allegations regarding the RH assets. As noted, the first prong of the personal jurisdiction test for a non-resident considers a defendant's purposeful actions within or directed toward the United States. As the Second Circuit recently held, personal jurisdiction over foreign defendants is proper when they, quote, purposefully availed themselves of the United States by promoting the digital assets at issue in the SEC's investigation to U.S.-based consumers and investors, end quote. Hart's conduct easily satisfies this test and is indistinguishable from Terraform 1. He engaged in conduct that was directed at the United States and targeted the United States as a market for the Hart securities by extensively promoting and marketing the RH assets offerings specifically and directly to U.S. investors, including by traveling here to do so. Hart's promotion occurred through internet activity, including YouTube live stream videos on social media and through his websites. Hart engaged in these promotional efforts before and after the initial offering period for the RH assets. And Hart's promotional efforts included his virtual appearance at a Hex conference before a live audience in Las Vegas, Nevada in March 2022, which was during the offering periods for PulseChain and PulseX and while Hex was being traded on the secondary market. During this March 2022 appearance, Hart promoted each of the RH assets. Prior to the launch of PulseChain and PulseX, Hart also appeared virtually at another in-person conference in Las Vegas in September 2022 called PulseCon, which was attended by approximately 3,000 people, where he promoted the PulseChain offering and discussed additional development and features that were planned for Hex, which was trading on the secondary market at this time. These appearances before live audiences in the United States were interactive, with Hart engaging in a dialogue with interviewers and audience members and responding to questions. Hart clearly understood he was speaking directly to a live U.S. audience gathered in Las Vegas and live streamed on YouTube when he appeared before them to promote these assets, reflecting purposeful direction into the United States to encourage U.S. investment in Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. Moreover, although Hart contends in this motion that the SEC has not alleged that Hart ever set foot in the United States, he did in fact physically enter the United States when he appeared in person at a studio in Miami, Florida, prior to the launch of PulseChain and while Hex was trading on the secondary market. For an interview in August 2022, which Hart, the interviewers, other interviewees, and members of the YouTube livestream audience promoted Hex and PulseChain. Investors understood these as promotions of Hart's investment offerings. For example, during Hart's August 2022 interview, one of the messages from viewers in the live stream chat, which was read on air, indicated to the audience, quote, "Pulse-chain will make more billionaires and billionaires than Ethereum, and Hex is bigger than Bitcoin," end quote. Hart also told the interviews and the listening audience that Hex increased its value 10,000 times in 2 years. By appearing in this Miami studio where Hex and Pulse-chain were promoted and hyped for their ability to make profits for investors, Hart again marketed directly in the United States, this time while physically present in person in the United States. In addition to the above virtual appearances directly before United States audiences and the in-person appearance in the US, Hart regularly appeared on YouTube live streams and social media and had a dedicated website to promote Hart security offerings. Hart contends that the court cannot exercise personal jurisdiction over him based on such internet activity because these virtual appearances and website content were accessible to a global audience and not specifically directed at the United States. Hart's motion, however, the reference for Hart's motion. However, website contacts like the ones Hart employed here support a finding together with the other contacts at issue that Hart had the requisite minimum contact with the United States to support the exercise of personal jurisdiction. Hart's mix of online plus in-person promotions as part of a global marketing campaign that was also specifically directed towards the United States is similar to the campaign at issue in PlexCore, where personal jurisdiction existed. In analyzing website contacts for personal jurisdiction purposes, courts in the Second Circuit have also recognized the test set forth in Zippo Manufacturing versus Zippo.com as a useful framework for analyzing commercial and marketing activity conducted through websites. The Zippo court held that the extent to which personal jurisdiction can be constitutionally exercised is, quote, directly proportionate to the nature and quality of commercial activity conducted over the internet, which can be assessed along a sliding scale, end quote. Where on one end of the spectrum, a defendant clearly conducts business over the internet, and on the other end of the spectrum, a defendant simply posted information on a passive website that a person in another form accessed. The Zippo court also recognized a middle ground which consists of interactive websites, where the exercise of jurisdiction is determined by examining the level of interactivity and commercial nature of the exchange of information that occurs on the website. Hart's YouTube, social media, and website marketing campaigns all were ways for Hart to conduct business over the internet, or at a minimum were interactive under the Zippo standard. As alleged, Hart used his YouTube live streams, social media, and websites to provide potential investors with specific how-to information, including instructions on how to purchase the RH assets, and the websites included tabs that invited users to click to learn how to purchase these assets during and after the offerings had ended, all of which helped to facilitate sales. At a minimum, Hart's YouTube and website contacts fall into the interactive website category under the Zippo test because they were used to market, promote, and solicit investments in the Hart securities and provided information about how specifically to make purchases, making these contacts, quote, integral to finding investors and directing statements at them to encourage them to participate in the purchase of Hart securities, end quote. And because they were purposely directed at the United States, they caused a foreseeable effect here. Hart even designed ETHhex.com, a website interface he owns that allowed investors to directly engage in secondary market transactions of Hex tokens through the Uniswap platform. More reference, excuse me. Moreover, since the filing of the complaint in this action, the SEC has received reports from at least 10 United States investors who purchased the RH assets, and in some cases, more than one of these offerings. At least 2 of these investors specifically learned of the offerings through Hart's promotional contacts. Further, the complaint pleads that an individual in Brooklyn invested in Pulse-chain with the expectation that he would earn profit through his investment based on Hart's statements and efforts to develop Pulse-chain. These investors confirm that Hart's YouTube and social media marketing campaigns met their targets and resulted in investments from the United States, further supporting a finding of minimum contacts and exercise of personal jurisdiction. Hart also engaged a software developer, Kyle Barr, who resides in the United States, to develop the RH assets. For the Pulse-chain and Pulse-X projects, Hart directed Barr to hire other software developers to assist with the developing of Pulse-chain and Pulse-X. Barr helped communicate interview questions and answers between Hart and potential developers, and at Hart's discretion, sent a contract for signature to the potential hire. Hart's engagement with a US-based software developer to help develop the RH assets and to facilitate the hiring of Hart's developers reflects further purposeful conduct directed at the United States, which relates specifically to the offerings at issue in this case. While all of Hart's contacts described above, including an in-person appearance in Miami, virtual appearances directly to live audiences in Las Vegas, extensive marketing and promotional efforts to potential investors in the United States through interactive websites, confirmed investors in the United States, and engagement with a US-based software engineer to develop the crypto assets at issue in this litigation and to assist with the hiring Hart's developers, individually support the exercise of jurisdiction. The totality of the contacts within the United States compel the conclusion that exercise of jurisdiction is appropriate. Here, the totality of Hart's contacts within the United States reflects his direct and purposeful direction into the United States relating to the offerings at issue in this litigation. These contacts and conduct created the foreseeable effect of producing a market in the United States for the Hart securities and generating U.S. investment in the three offerings, which Hart should have been aware given his direct and purposeful marketing into the United States. All of which reflect that Hart has the necessary minimum contacts with the United States to sustain the exercise of personal jurisdiction under the Due Process Clause. Furthermore, the SEC's claims arise directly from Hart's above-described contacts and conduct directed at the United States. As such, these facts support the second element for the specific jurisdiction that, quote, the plaintiff's claim must arise out of or relate to the non-residence forum conduct, end quote. The SEC's claims relate to Hart's unregistered offers and sales of securities in the United States and fraud in connection with those offers and sales. A person offers a security every time he makes an offer to dispose of or a solicitation of an offer to buy a security for value. Here, Hart's contacts within the United States, which reflect minimum contacts and purposeful availment of the United States. His promotional campaign of his securities offerings through YouTube and social media, including appearances before United States investors and interviewers, are the very things that give rise to the claims against Hart in this action. B. The assertion of personal jurisdiction is reasonable. Because Hart has sufficient minimum contacts with the United States, the court must decide whether the assertion of personal jurisdiction comports with traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. That is, whether it is reasonable to exercise personal jurisdiction under the circumstances of the particular case. The defendant in a federal securities case must make a particularly compelling case that jurisdiction is unreasonable because, quote, the reasonableness inquiry is largely academic in non-diversity cases brought under a federal law which provides for worldwide service of process because of the strong federal interest involved, end quote. Re-quote, while most courts continue to apply the test as a constitutional floor to protect litigants from truly undue burdens, few have ever declined jurisdiction on fairness grounds in securities cases, end quote. To determine whether the exercise of personal jurisdiction is reasonable, the court considers the following. 1. The burden that the exercise of jurisdiction will impose on the defendant. 2. The interest of the forum state in adjudicating the case. 3. The plaintiff's interest in obtaining convenient and effective relief. 4. The interstate judicial system's interest in obtaining the most efficient resolution of the controversy. And 5. The shared interest of the states in furthering substantive social policies. Here, Hart makes no attempt to show any burden on him having to litigate in the United States, nor could he. Hart has hired competent counsel to represent him before this court and has made claims that he is immensely wealthy, suggesting he has nearly unlimited resources. Hart is also a United States citizen who is originally from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and he was in the United States as recently as 2 years ago, during which time he promoted the crypto assets at issue in this litigation. He also has an immediate family living in the United States. Accordingly, the first factor favors jurisdiction in the United States. The second and third factors also favor jurisdiction in the United States, and the SEC has pled facts showing that Hart's conduct reached into the United States and harmed investors living in the United States. And the SEC has a compelling interest in enforcing federal securities laws and protecting investors. Hart offers no response to any of this, only advancing generalized concerns that the exercise of personal jurisdiction here, quote, would amount to an endorsement of worldwide jurisdiction, jurisdiction over blockchain networks, end quote, because they are available everywhere. But the SEC is not asserting that U.S. federal courts may exercise personal jurisdiction over blockchain developers based on the global nature of these networks. Instead, the exercise of personal jurisdiction is specific to the facts of the case and is based solely on Hart's specific, repeated, continual, and successful targeted efforts to reach United States investors. The last two factors are neutral. As such, Hart has not made any showing, let alone a compelling one, that the exercise of jurisdiction is unreasonable. Number 2, the complaint alleges domestic transactions in the purchase, sale, and offer of securities. A. Congress overrode Morrison with respect to the anti-fraud claims. The transactions and conduct at issue in this action are domestic and not impermissibly extraterritorial under Morrison versus National Australian Bank. In its complaint, the SEC raises fraud claims under Section 10B of the Exchange Act and Section 17A of the Securities Act in connection with Hart's misappropriation of Polstate investor funds. Morrison considered the extraterritorial reach of Section 10B of the Exchange Act. Before Morrison, courts had used two tests to determine whether particular conduct was actionable under the U.S. securities laws. The effects test examined whether the wrongful conduct had a substantial effort in the United States or upon United States citizens. And the conduct test examined whether the wrongful conduct occurred in the United States. Before Morrison, courts considered these so-called conducts and effects tests to be jurisdictional. Morrison first explained that the extraterritorial application of the Exchange Act was not a matter of jurisdiction, but simply an issue about the scope of the act. It then rejected the conducts and effects test and held that Section 10B applies only to transactions in securities listed on domestic exchanges and domestic transactions in other securities. While Morrison was before the Supreme Court, Congress was considering legislation to amend the securities laws. That legislation became the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, aka Dodd-Frank, which was signed into law in July 2010, 1 month after Morrison was decided. Section 929PB of Dodd-Frank addressed the extraterritorial application of both the Securities Act and the Exchange Act. The provision codified for SEC enforcement actions the long-standing Court of Appeals precedent that district courts have subject matter jurisdiction over securities fraud that satisfy the conduct and effects test. These amendments were not merely addressing subject matter jurisdiction, they clearly intended to expand the reach of these acts in SEC fraud actions beyond that which had been prescribed by Morrison. Hart's argument that Section 929P of Dodd-Frank failed to codify the conduct and effects test for SEC enforcement actions because it was supposedly mislabeled as, quote, jurisdictional, end quote, provision makes no sense. In Morrison itself, the court had clarified that a federal statute is presumed to apply only domestically unless there is an affirmative indication that the statute applies extraterritorial. The affirmative indication required to rebut the presumption, however, need not come in the form of a clear statement. That is, there is no requirement that a statute say this law applies abroad. Instead, the affirmative indication can come through inferences from context or other sources of statutory meaning. In SEC versus Scoville, the 10th Circuit thus held that enacting Section 78AAB, quote, Congress has affirmatively and unmistakably indicated that the antitrust provisions of the Federal Securities Act apply extraterritorially when the statutory conduct and effects test is met. Scoville rejected the same argument that Hart makes here based on, quote, the specific context in which Congress enacted the 2010 jurisdictional amendments as part of the Dodd-Frank Act, end quote. As the Supreme Court has held, quote, it is true that Congress, even in a jurisdictional provision, can indicate that it intends federal law to apply to conduct occurring abroad, end quote. Hart's arguments make no sense for additional reasons. In Morrison, the court held that district courts already had subject matter jurisdiction to adjudicate whether Section 10B applies to particular extraterritorial conduct. Under Hart's theory, Section 78AAB added nothing to the jurisdiction that federal courts already possessed. Congress instead enacted a statutory provision that had no practical effect at all. Subsection B, the SEC satisfies the conduct and effects test with respect to its anti-fraud claims. Hart next claims that even if the court were to apply the conduct and effects test of Section 78AAB to the SEC's anti-fraud claims, The SEC has not plausibly alleged conduct or effects in the United States to meet the test because Hart did not target U.S. persons and could not have foreseen who might participate in the Pulse offering, which forms the basis for the SEC's fraud allegations. Hart's position is refuted by the allegations in the complaint, which establish both conduct as well as effects in the United States. The SEC has sufficiently alleged that Hart engaged in conduct within the United States that constitutes significant steps in furtherance of the violation, and conduct that had a foreseeable substantial effect within the United States. As described in the complaint, Hart often discussed development work on PulseChain during his promotional effects through his YouTube live streams and PulseChain.com website to give U.S. investors the reasonable expectation of profit to believe that their investor funds would go toward the development of PulseChain. During YouTube live streams, he gave investors updates on development work that he and his team of developers were conducting to successfully launch PulseChain, including updates on developmental milestone tasks and work that still needed to be completed, all of which objectively led investors to reasonably believe that the investor funds were being put toward these efforts. As described further below in argument section 3, however, Hart did not tell investors that he would misappropriate investor funds to buy himself luxury items. As such, Hart engaged in material, deceptive omissions to PulseChain investors, which included U.S.-based investors, regarding the use of their invested funds. Hart engaged in this deceptive conduct in a connection with promotional and marketing campaign for PulseChain that specifically targeted the United States investors through YouTube, live stream videos, and the PulseChain.com website that Hart controls. This marketing campaign consisted of extensive and repeated uses of social media and YouTube videos that hyped and promoted PulseChain, giving investors the reasonable belief that they would profit from Hart's efforts to develop PulseChain. This targeting of United States audiences occurred either before or when Pulse was in its offering period, or otherwise during the period when the complaint alleges that Hart was misappropriating PulseChain investor funds and before the launch of PulseChain. Hart's marketing conduct clearly and successfully targeted a United States market. U.S. investors invested their funds as part of more than $354 million worth of assets invested in PulseChain. These U.S. investors include an investor in Brooklyn, New York, who invested in PulseChain with the expectation that Hart was going to use the investor funds to develop PulseChain and earn profit for the investor through increases in the value of Pulse token, and not instead to use investor funds to buy luxury goods for Hart's own personal consumption. Having invested their funds in PulseChain, these U.S. investors now hold Pulse tokens that are practically worthless as the value of the token has decreased. None of this is surprising given that Hart did not limit or restrict the ability of the United States investors to access his YouTube livestream videos or the PulseChain.com website that promoted the PulseChain offering. Nor did he restrict the ability of the United States investors to purchase Pulse tokens and invest in PulseChain, and indeed successfully targeted those investors through his promotional campaign. Thus, Hart's conduct in extensively marketing PulseChain and its development to U.S. investors through a promotional campaign that reached directly into the United States, thereby encouraging and accepting investment from investors, while omitting information about Hart's misappropriation of funds, constituted substantial steps in the United States in furtherance of the violation. Moreover, Hart's conduct had the foreseeable substantial effect of reaching investors in the United States who invested funds to purchase Pulse tokens that they believed would increase in value based on Hart's statements that he would successfully develop PulseChain, and has also affected substantial losses to those U.S. investors who now hold practically worthless Pulse tokens due to their investment in PulseChain. On these facts, the complaint has adequately pled that there were foreseeable and substantial efforts resulting from Hart's promotional campaign targeting U.S. investors. The Second Circuit has recognized under the effects test that even a relatively small number of U.S. investors who purchased securities in connection with a fraud can constitute substantial effects, especially if misleading statements are transmitted to the United States, as was the case here with Hart's statements during his marketing campaign touting the development of PulseChain. Based on the foregoing, the SEC has pled sufficient facts to show that Hart satisfied the conduct and effects test with respect to its anti-fraud claims. Subsection C. Subsection C, the SEC has alleged domestic offers and sales of securities in support of its Section 5 claims. Hart also argues that the SEC fails under Morrison's transactional test to allege a domestic offer or sale of a security in connection with his Section 5 claims. Morrison establishes a two-step framework for analyzing extraterritorial issues. First, a court should ask if the relevant statute applies extraterritorially. Second, the court should determine whether the case involves a domestic application of the statute by looking at the statute's focus. If the conduct relevant to the statute's focus occurred in the United States, then the case involves a permissible domestic application, even if other conduct occurred abroad. Here, because Congress has not expressly indicated that Section 5 applies extraterritorially, the inquiry proceeds to the second step, to determine whether, looking to the focus of the Securities Act Section 5, this case involves a permissible domestic application of that statute. The Morrison Court did not address Section 5 of the Securities Act and instead dealt with Section 10b of the Exchange Act, holding that there is a domestic application of Section 10b when there are 1. Transactions in securities listed on domestic exchanges, or 2. Domestic transactions in other securities. Morrison relied on the fact that Section 10b focuses on purchases and sales of securities. Section 5, however, applies to both offers and sales of securities. So while Morrison's domestic transactions test may be properly applied to determine where sales occurred for the purpose of Section 5, the same is not true when the court is determining whether other conduct relevant to the focus of Section 5 occurred, like offers. As the Supreme Court stated regarding the court's inquiry into a statute's focus, the analysis applies at the level of the particular provision. Section 5 also regulates offers, not just completed transaction and sales. Therefore, Morrison does not require that the court limit its inquiry regarding the domestic application of Section 5 to only circumstances where there is a security listed on a domestic exchange or a purchase or sale made in the United States, as this is only the test for location where relevant sales occur. In any event, the SEC has pled domestic sales under Morrison's transactional test as well. Subsection 1. The complaint adequately pleads domestic sales transactions under the Morrison test regarding its Section 5A claims. Applying Morrison's transactional test to Securities Act Section 5A claim, the complaint pleads domestic sales of Hart securities by Hart. As noted, transactions can meet Morrison's transactional test in one of two ways. Either the transaction occurred on a national securities exchange in the U.S., or because it constituted a domestic transaction in other securities. The first method is a bright line test. The transaction either occurred on a domestic exchange or it did not. The Hart securities did not trade on any U.S. or non-U.S. national securities exchange, so only the second method is at issue here. The second method itself can be met in one of two ways: by showing that, quote, irrevocable liability was incurred or title to the shares was transferred, end quote, in the United States. Under the second method for establishing domesticity, the irrevocable liability attaches with respect to a sale of a security when parties, quote, become bound to effectuate the transaction or enter into a binding contract to purchase or sell securities, end quote. In other words, irrevocable liability attaches, quote, when the parties to the transaction are committed to one another, or when, in the classic contractual sense, there is a meeting of the minds of the parties, end quote. Irrevocable liability may be determined based on many factors, including the location of the formation of the contracts, the placement of purchase orders, the passing of title, or the exchange of money. The parties may be bound, and therefore irrevocable liability may attach in more than one location and at more than one time, because there is always more than one side to any given transaction. The Second Circuit's recent decision in Williams exemplifies the application of these principles to transactions in crypto assets. In Williams, the Court of Appeals held that purchasers of crypto assets incurred the irrevocable liability in the United States when they, quote, sent buy orders and sent payments, end quote, for those orders from within the United States because they committed to the investment while in their states of residence. Because Williams involved a crypto asset trading platform claiming no physical location with transactions recorded on a digital blockchain, the Second Circuit noted that in order to assess where irrevocable liability incurred, it needed to evaluate factors other than physical location where trades occurred. Williams' reasoning was, in turn, based on the Second Circuit decisions that had similarly found irrevocable liability premised on the location from which money or funds were transferred. The Williams court stressed that it has, quote, placed more emphasis, end quote, on factors such as location from where buyer orders were placed and payments made to determine irrevocable liability when dealing with transactions that did not occur on official exchange. In conducting its analysis, the Williams court also guided by the principle that transactions occurred over an online platform with no physical location simply cannot occur, quote, nowhere, end quote. A recent decision, SEC versus Binance Holdings Limited, followed Williams and held that irrevocable liability was incurred when customers in the United States placed orders and sent payments from the United States. Given that Binance disavows being located anywhere, this court agrees with the Second Circuit's analysis in Williams and concludes that the factual allegations here plausibly allege that irrevocable liability was incurred in the United States when customers in the United States placed trade orders and sent payments on the Binance.com platform. The SEC has adequately alleged a domestic sale of a security under the Morrison transaction test as construed by the Second Circuit because it has pled facts reflecting that irrevocable liability was incurred within the United States. Here, the SEC's claims do not relate to transactions occurring on a crypto asset trading platform, but rather to transactions occurring between digital wallets on a digital blockchain without any physical location. The SEC has pled that United States-based investors deposited crypto assets to wallet addresses established by Hart on a digital blockchain for receipt of investors' funds for each of the Hart securities. In return for the deposit of these funds from investors in the United States, the investors would receive Hex, Pulse, and PulseX token. Hart even referred to the deposits for Pulse and PulseX as sacrifices, further evincing the irrevocable nature of these transactions once the funds were committed from within the United States to the sacrificed digital wallets. In accordance with the Second Circuit's decision in Williams and other cases, at this pleading stage of the case, the SEC has adequately pledged that these deposits of crypto asset funds, which came from the United States-based investor in return for RH asset tokens, reflect that irrevocable liability was incurred inside the United States. Hart's attempt to distinguish Williams in a footnote is unavailing. While it is true that Williams' court found that irrevocable liability was established when transactions were matched on Binance servers located in the United States, it also found that the sending of buy orders and payments from the United States constitute a second separate basis for irrevocable liability. Hart's citation to other cases is also inappropriate. For example, Hart cites to City of Pontiac Policemen's and Firemen's Retirement Systems versus UBS AG to argue that mere placement of a buy order in the United States is sufficient for irrevocable liability. However, the Williams court distinguished City of Pontiac, noting that it involved transactions that occurred over a foreign Swiss exchange that was regulated by Switzerland, unlike Williams, which involved a crypto asset platform with no physical location. Because the transactions at issue in this case did not occur over any platform at all, and instead involved deposits of funds to a digital wallet address on a digital blockchain that is not regulated by any particular jurisdiction, the sovereignty and committee concerns that at least partially motivate the careful policing of the line between foreign and domestic transactions like the City of Pontiac and Morrison are less present in a case like this. The other cases Hart cites are all distinguishable from the facts of the present case, do not involve crypto cases where the subject transactions occurred over digital blockchain or otherwise involve predominantly foreign transactions. Subsection 2. With respect to the complaint adequately pleads domestic offers of securities. With respect to the SEC's Section 5C claim relating to Hart's offers of securities, again, the relevant inquiry in determining whether there is a domestic application of the statute is to examine the statute's focus. Quote, the focus of a statute is the object of its solicitude, which can include the conduct it seeks to regulate as well as the parties in interest it seeks to protect or vindicate, end quote. The aim of Section 5's regulation of offers of securities is to protect the United States investors and the United States financial markets from the offer of unregistered securities. It intends to assure full and fair disclosure in connection with public distribution of securities in the United States, to prevent the offer of securities in the United States securities markets without accompanying standardized disclosure to aid investors. The Second Circuit has explained that, in keeping with Congress's purpose, the registration provisions should apply to those offers of unregistered securities that tend to have the effect of creating a market for unregistered securities in the United States. Thus, the statute's focus as to offers is the offer of securities in the United States securities market, and that conduct is domestic if directed to the U.S. to U.S. investors. In Securities Act Section 2, offer is defined broadly. Every attempt or offer to dispose of or solicitation of an offer to buy a security or interest in a security for value. A statutory offer can occur under a variety of circumstances, including a. The contents of websites and social media posts concerning the asset. B. Statements to the public and to the press. C. Written advertisements. And D. Transmittal of an order to a broker to sell securities. As a result, the definition of offer in Securities Act Section 2A3 extends beyond common law contract concept of an offer. An offer occurs when it is announced that securities will be sold at some date in the future, and in addition, an attractive description of the securities and of the issuer is furnished. What is dispositive is whether defendants conduct condition in the public mind. As noted, the object at the focus of a statute include those parties and interests that the statute intends to protect. Section 5C seeks to protect United States investors and United States financial markets from the offer of unregistered securities. Given this purpose of Section 5 in Bolina, the court found that defendants' targeting of the United States market and investors through social media sufficiently showed domestic conduct in connection with the offers of securities. As in Bolina, and as described in an above argument Section 1, Hart engaged in a targeted marketing campaign that was directed at U.S. investors. Hart also failed to take any steps to ensure that the offerings he promoted would not be sold to U.S. investors. To the contrary, Hart made extensive offers of Hart securities to U.S. investors, including through promotional and marketing statements in YouTube livestream videos, the websites Hex.com, Hex.win, PulseChain.com, and PulseX.com, and on social media accounts, all promoting the investment potential of these assets, and in fact created a U.S. public market for these assets into which these assets ultimately came to rest. This conduct targeting the United States investors and conditioning the U.S. markets through promotional efforts to encourage investment in Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX, and the existence of the United States investors support a showing of domestic conduct in connection with Hart's offers of securities. As such, this case involves a permissible domestic application of the statute, even if some of Hart's relevant conduct is deemed to have occurred while he was physically present outside of the United States. Subsection D. The transactions involved in this case are not predominantly foreign. Finally, Hart's argument that the transactions in the case are predominantly foreign is based on language in Park Central Global Hub Limited versus Porsche Auto Holdings SE and Cavello Bay Reinsurance versus Schubenstein. The language is unavailing. Those cases are easily distinguishable. Park Central involved securities swap agreements where the swaps were pegged to the price of shares traded only on European exchanges. The allegedly fraudulent conduct involves statements made primarily in Germany with respect to stock in a German company. And that misconduct was already the basis of several foreign investigations and enforcement actions. Similarly, Cavello Bay involved a private agreement for a private offering between a Bermuda investor and a Bermuda issuer. This case is unlike those two cases and unlike cases cited in Hart's motion, which also involve foreign investors dealing in foreign securities. Here, by contrast, the complaint alleges that U.S. investors purchased each of these assets after a promotional and marketing campaign that reached into the United States. The U.S. investors who purchased the RH assets did so by depositing their funds into a wallet address on a digital blockchain. There is nothing predominantly foreign about these transactions. In his motion, Hart does not identify any foreign jurisdiction that would have connections to the transactions in this case. Moreover, none of the considerations about intruding on the regulations of securities transactions by a foreign jurisdiction that animated the predominantly foreign cases like Cavello Bay are present here. Here, as in Bolina and as in Williams, public policy supports findings that domestic transactions occurred here. Otherwise, defendants like Hart could evade securities law by temporarily leaving the United States while still promoting crypto investments in the United States to investors on U.S. social media platforms. Argument number 3. The complaint sufficiently alleges securities fraud against Hart. The complaint alleges that Hart defrauded investors in PulseChain by misappropriating millions of dollars of investor funds for his own personal luxury purposes. Hart argues that the complaint alleges neither a deceptive scheme, a fraudulent omission, nor Hart's state of mind. As discussed below, these arguments fail, and the fraud claims against Hart under Sections 17A1 and 3 of the Securities Act and Section 10B of the Exchange Act and Rule 10B-5A and C should stand. Subsection A. Hart engaged in deceptive acts and made material omissions in furtherance of a fraud scheme. Contrary to Hart's claims, the complaint adequately alleges that Hart engaged in deceptive acts by A. using millions of dollars of investor funds for direct purchase of luxury items for himself, B. concealing millions of dollars of transfers of investor funds through the use of devices intended to hide his transactions, and C. failing to disclose these transactions even though he explicitly discussed the use of investor funds. 1. Hart's deceptive acts. Hart violated the anti-fraud provisions of the federal securities laws by misappropriating at least $12.1 million of PulseChain investment proceeds for Hart's personal whims, including the purchase of luxury watches, high-end automobiles, and, quote, the Enigma diamond, end quote. Hart's misuse of investor funds, standing alone, is a basis for scheme liability. Further, Hart did not just misappropriate investor funds, he also used devices specifically designed to conceal his movements of investor funds in furtherance of the scheme. The complaint alleges that Hart engaged in deceptive acts, including at least 22, quote, back-and-forth transactions, end quote, disguising the movement of approximately $26 million in Ethereum that had just been invested by PulseChain investors. Hart also used a crypto asset mixer to obfuscate his transactions before funneling funds through at least 50 intermediary wallets. A wide range of deceptive conduct suffices to satisfy scheme liability, including deceptive conduct such as sham agreements, sham transactions, sham companies, or undisclosed payments. Myriad back-and-forth transactions through scores of intermediary crypto wallets to conceal his misappropriation of investor funds qualifies as deceptive conduct. A series of sham transactions intended to hide the source of funds used for purchases were deceptive acts supporting a fraud scheme, citing SEC versus Penn. Section 2, Hart's material omissions. In SEC versus Rio Tinto, the Second Circuit held that misstatements and omissions are not sufficient on their own to constitute scheme liability under the Securities Act Section 17A1 and 3 and Exchange Act Rules 10B5, A, and C, but also expressly held that, quote, omissions can form part of a scheme liability claim, end quote. Here, in addition to the deceptive conduct described above, Hart's fraudulent scheme also involved material deceptive omissions to PulseChain investors. Hart repeatedly told investors, 1, about the development tasks that needed to be completed before PulseChain could be released, and 2, that investment in PulseChain supported free speech ideals. Meanwhile, Hart omitted that he was actually using a portion of the PulseChain investor funds, not for the development and marketing of the PulseChain network, but for his own luxury purchases. A reasonable investor hearing about Hart's plan for the task that needed to be developed would have also wanted to know about how this direct misappropriation of invested funds. Hart incorrectly claims that he did not omit anything about his use of investor funds because he promised nothing in connection with PulseChain sacrifices. However, promising nothing is not the standard. The standard for a fraudulent omission is whether a speaker has told the whole truth when choosing to speak on a particular topic. As Hart admits, he did speak about the use of PulseChain investor proceeds. For example, Hart stated in November of 2021 that the $500 million raised from investors that was not related to a charity promotion, quote, to the best of my knowledge, do not go to charity, end quote. Hart made that statement knowing full well that millions of the dollars of those invested funds had been and would continue to be funding his personal purchases. Hart's statement is thus misleading in that it omits key information a reasonable investor would have wanted to know, that Hart was spending millions of their sacrifice funds on luxury items for his personal use. Hart's misleading omission further supports the Commission's allegation of a fraud scheme. Notably, Hart's "too cute to the best of my knowledge" modifier makes his statement additionally misleading because Hart is feigning ignorance about where the investors' funds had actually gone. The SEC's complaint alleges that Hart controlled the funds raised from investors, and his implication that he lacked complete knowledge of its disposal is simply false. Moreover, Hart was discussing the use of investor funds while he was still developing PulseChain. Lamenting investor demand for update on the development of PulseChain and PulseX and their launch, Hart commented, quote, "So you ain't getting any updates. It's done when it's done. Software is hard. The developers are working hard on it. That's all there is to it. You gotta wait, just like I'm waiting, except I don't cry and moan while I wait," end quote. As alleged in the complaint, a reasonable investor would have heard Hart complaining about the laborious and presumably expensive process of developing PulseChain and expected that the funds Hart raised would be applied to that development. At the very least, a reasonable investor would have wanted to know that Hart had spent PulseChain sacrifices worth millions of dollars on cars, watches, and a giant diamond rather than necessary software that his developers were, quote, working hard, quote, to bring online. While Hart's other deceptive acts, misappropriating investor money and distinguishing money paths, are sufficient to support the Commission's fraud scheme claims against him, his misleading omission provides further support for these claims, including to the extent they demonstrate deceptive conduct and an intent to deceive investors as set forth below. B. Hart acted with a state of mind in misappropriating investor funds. Because a plaintiff, quote, cannot be expected to plead a defendant's actual state of mind, end quote, a complaint adequately pleads state of mind where it alleges that a defendant engaged in conscious misbehavior or recklessness. While claims brought under sections 10b and 17a require proof of state of mind, claims under 17a2 and a3 only require proof of negligence. Courts in the Second Circuit evaluate the sufficiency of complaints' allegations of state of mind holistically, considering all the facts alleged, taken collectively rather than any individual allegation scrutinized in isolation. As the Second Circuit has instructed, great specificity is not required with respect to allegations of state of mind, and plaintiffs need only provide a minimal factual basis for their conclusory allegations of state of mind. A complaint subject to Rule 9b should be allowed to survive a motion to dismiss based on fairly tenuous inferences of intent, because intent is a fact that a jury should find. The complaint here more than adequately alleges that Hart's state of mind in defrauding PulseChain investors. Hart knowingly engaged in a series of labyrinthian transactions designed to obscure his movements of newly invested PulseChain funds. Hart knowingly spent millions of dollars of investor funds on personal luxury items. Hart knew that he had not purchased his watches, cars, and a large black diamond with actual profits from his enterprises, but with funds from investors. Knowing that he was using money coming in from PulseChain investors, he failed to disclose this fact, despite speaking publicly about 1. The use of PulseChain invested dollars, and 2. The difficulty of the task of bringing PulseChain online. Hart was conscious of the misuse of invested funds. All right, argument number 4. The complaint alleges that Hart offered and sold Hex, Pulse, and PulseX as investment contracts under Howey. The SEC has adequately pled that the Hart securities were offered and sold as investment contracts, and therefore as securities subject to the federal securities laws. Hart wrongly contends that a traditional contractual undertaking or continuing obligation is required to establish the existence of an investment contract under federal securities laws. Hart's argument is foreclosed by Howey itself, which recognized that the investment contracts include contracts, transactions, or schemes meeting the Howey test. And he blatantly ignores recent cases that have applied to digital assets. Howey's long-standing test and expressly and repeatedly rejected the continuing obligation requirement, including recent decisions in this circuit and elsewhere, e.g. SEC versus Coinbase. Moreover, Hart attempts to isolate the RH assets from the circumstances under which each was offered and sold, including Hart's many representations to potential investors about the nature of the offerings, and asks the court to focus only on the software that makes up the underlying crypto asset. Again, this approach ignores precedent, which counsels that courts applying Howey should analyze the, quote, totality of the circumstances, end quote, under which the assets were offered and sold, including all understandings and expectations that accompanied the offerings, rather than viewing the assets in isolation. Finally, Hart asked the court to draw disputed inferences from the facts in his favor. Specifically, he asked the court to accept as true statements that Hart made, which were intended to evade the securities law, even though the SEC has pled facts that contradict those statements and has further specifically pled that Hart made those statements to deliberately disguise the economic realities underpinning the Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX offerings and evade securities laws. But at this stage of the litigation, all facts and reasonable inferences from those facts must be construed in favor of the SEC. A. The Howey test. Both the Securities Act and Exchange Act include investment contract in their definition of securities, along with traditional instruments like stock or bond. In the seminal case, SEC versus Howey, the Supreme Court defined the term investment contract as a contract, transaction, or scheme whereby a person invests his money in a common enterprise and is led to expect profits solely from the efforts of the promoter or a third party. In applying the Howey test to analyze whether a contract, transaction, or scheme is an investment contract, quote, form should be disregarded for substance and the emphasis should be on economic reality, end quote. Thus, the definition of an investment contract embodies a flexible rather than static principle, one that is capable of adaptation to meet the countless and variable schemes devised by those who seek the use of money of others on the promise of profit. The Howey standard was intended to effectuate, quote, the statutory policy of affording broad protections to investors, end quote. No contractual obligation requirement for Howey. Hart attempts to restrict the application of the Howey test by inviting the court to write into the test a contractual or continuing obligation requirement. Courts have repeatedly turned back this attempt and others like it. Howey sets forth a legal test. An investment contract is, quote, a contract, transaction, or scheme whereby a person invests his money in a common enterprise and is led to expect profits solely on from the efforts of the promoter or a third party, end quote. Thus, Howey and other Supreme Court and Court of Appeals precedent directly foreclose the notion that an investment contract must include ongoing contractual obligations. Based on the foregoing, every single court that has considered this argument has rejected it. Most recently in this circuit, the Coinbase decision, which applied the Howey test to digital assets traded on a crypto asset trading platform, clearly rejected the notion that a formal contract or contractual obligations are required. Similarly, the court in Terraform, another recent crypto asset case, also agreed that no contractual undertaking was required. Oh, that's a lot of references. Hart cannot point to a single decision at any level of the judiciary endorsing this invented contractual obligations requirement. Instead, he disregards Howey itself and ignores the holdings in the recent dispositions that squarely reject any contractual requirement. He also cites cases, many of which are outside of the Second Circuit, purportedly for the proposition that Howey requires that there be a contractual type obligation to establish the existence of an investment contract. But these cases include no such holding and instead reflect only that courts will examine all parts of the subject transactions, including any expectations created by the seller and the parties understanding the transaction when applying the Howey elements. Accordingly, the court should reject Hart's argument that the SEC must plead a continuing contractual obligation to establish an investment contract. Subsection C, application of the Howey test. Part 1, Hex. The complaint pleads facts supporting the Howey elements for Hex. With respect to the first element, investment of money, the SEC has pled that investors deposited crypto assets into a Hex wallet address that Hart owned and controlled for the purpose of purchasing and investing in Hex tokens. Moreover, the complaint also pleads facts reflecting that Hex satisfies the second Howey prong, the existence of a common enterprise, which may be demonstrated through horizontal commonality. Horizontal commonality is established when investors' assets are pooled and the fortunes of each investor are tied to the fortunes of other investors, as well as to the success of the overall enterprise. Hart pooled investor funds together into private wallet addresses and stated he would use these funds to develop the Hex ecosystem, and all Hex tokens are fungible such that investors' financial fortunes rise and fall together in equal proportions. The ability of each investor to profit is therefore tied to the overall success of the Hex ecosystem, including the Hex staking feature and the supply and demand principles that support the value of the Hex token. With respect to the third Howey element, the reasonable expectation of profit from the effort of others, Hart argues that Hex is a, quote, simple digital asset with no intended or promised functionality beyond its software code, end quote, and that its functionalities were built into the software. And thus the only efforts required are those of Hex users themselves to execute the software. However, in conducting the Howey analysis, courts are not to consider the crypto asset in isolation, and instead, as noted above, should consider the totality of the circumstances and evaluate whether the crypto assets and the full set of contracts, expectations, and understandings surrounding its sale and distribution amount to an investment contract. Rather than viewing assets in isolation in assessing economic realities, courts look at the totality of circumstances surrounding an offer of the investment contract, including the intentions and expectations of parties at the time. Importantly, the Supreme Court has made it clear that in analyzing whether a contract, transaction, or scheme is an investment contract, quote, form should be disregarded for substance and the emphasis should be on the economic reality, end quote, of the parties' arrangement. This analysis necessarily involves examination of how the promoter marketed the investment. A lot of references here. Apologies, stand by. Here, the complaint pleads that Hart marketed and sold Hex as an investment into his efforts, not as mere software to be deployed. Thus, investors reasonably expected to profit from Hart's efforts because Hart extensively marketed and promoted Hex through social media, YouTube livestream videos, and websites before, during, and after the initial offering of the Hex token, specifically as an investment into his efforts. And he specifically touted the profit-making potential of Hex, including, for example, that holders of Hex tokens can use the staking feature mechanism to lock up their token and receive dividends in the form of additional tokens. Hart extensively promoted the staking feature on the Hex.com website as a form of conventional interest payments in investment returns. He further made repeated statements that Hex would skyrocket in value, hyped its potential for investment gain, and claimed Hex would make Hex token holders rich. Nor did Hart restrict the sales of Hex tokens to persons who wanted to use Hex tokens, to the extent any use for them even existed, or in amounts that people could reasonably be expected to use or consume. Instead, he sold the tokens in unlimited amounts, more consistent with an investment purpose than any functionality. While Hart now seeks to ignore the economic reality of the transactions at issue as he created it, the complaint specifically pleads efforts that Hart said he would, and did, undertake to help make Hex successful and boost its investment value. These include engaging developers to work on the Hex code to benefit the Hex ecosystem, conducting airdrops of Hex tokens to generate investor interest in the crypto market, personally contacting crypto asset trading platforms to ensure that Hex would be traded on the platforms to increase demand and value after the offering period, continuing to extensively promote and market Hex through his followings on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and the websites he controlled before, during, and after the offering period when Hex began trading on the secondary market. Developing a website interface to allow investors to engage in secondary market purchases of Hex tokens, and continuing to extensively market for the staking feature after the offering period as a means to earn investment returns. All of these efforts and marketing and promotional statements objectively gave investors the reasonable expectation that they would derive profits from their purchase of Hex due to Hart's efforts to increase value, and invited the reasonable investor to view her purchase of Hex as an investment into these efforts, not a mere purchase of software. Section 2, Pulse. The economic reality of Hart's Pulse offering is factually indistinguishable from his Hex offering, as alleged in the complaint. First, Hart sold Pulse tokens in exchange for cash or other crypto assets, establishing the first Howey element. Second, Pulse investors' funds were pooled together in a Pulse chain wallet address, and all investors profited together because of the prices of all Pulse tokens rose and fell together. Third, investors in Pulse reasonably expected to profit from their investment based upon Hart's efforts, because that is precisely how Hart marketed the investment proposition. Specifically, Hart marketed and promoted Pulse by leading investors to reasonably believe that they would profit through Hart's efforts to develop it. He publicly stated that Pulse chain would be a fork of the Ethereum blockchain, but would be 4 times faster and cheaper to use than Ethereum. He also touted that an investment in the Pulse chain offering would result in at least a 14,000 times return on investment, because that's what Ethereum did, and this is a very similar thing but better. and that such an investment would bring investors infinite ROI because Pulse Chain would launch initially at 0% valuation. Moreover, Hart discussed and promoted development efforts and updates regarding the progress of Pulse Chain, giving investors the reasonable belief that their funds were being used to develop Pulse Chain and that the value of the Pulse token was tied to the successful launch of Pulse Chain by Hart and his team of developers who were working to bring Pulse Chain and its Pulse native token out of the test phase and into mainnet launch phase. Hart also tied the success of 3 projects, Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX together because, for example, Hex would trade on the PulseChain network, and according to Hart, Hex would be more valuable there than on Ethereum, and the success of the projects was dependent on Hart and his developers' efforts. The developers are working hard on it, and when it's done, it's done. That's all there is to it. You just got to wait like I'm waiting. Investors thus reasonably understood that Hart's efforts to develop and launch PulseChain were instrumental to their profit potential and would check with him about progress on his development efforts in connection with the PulseChain and PulseX launch. And although the Howey test is an objective test, Telegram, an investor in Brooklyn, confirmed that he invested in PulseChain with the expectation of profiting through the Pulse token. Section 3, PulseX. The PulseX offering occurred in much the same way as the previous 2 and meets the Howey test in much the same way. Hart raised investor funds by selling PulseX tokens in exchange for cash or other crypto assets, demonstrating the first Howey element. Funds from investors in PulseX were also pooled into a PulseX sacrifice address. The funds were used to develop PulseX, which Hart described as a fork of the Uniswap so-called decentralized trading platform that would allow for transactions in digital assets offered and sold on PulseChain. Moreover, all PulseX tokens rise and fall in value together, meaning that investors' financial fortunes were tied together. All of these facts demonstrate horizontal commonality enough to satisfy the common enterprise Howey element. Finally, Hart led investors to believe that their investment in PulseX would earn profit based on his efforts satisfying the final Howey element. He emphasized through statements that about PulseX, such as PulseX is designed to increase in value, and we have we have the coolest, highest liquidity automated market maker exchange, end quote, and he told investors that he believes PulseX tokens would appreciate 10,000x in 2 years. Investors were led to expect, based on Hart's statements and the economic reality of the transactions, that the PulseX tokens would derive value from the success of the PulseX platform, as underscored by the fact that PulseX tokens were not delivered until May 3rd, 2023, when PulseX was deployed. As noted above, Hart also tied the success of all 3 projects together and to increase in profits for Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX investors. But the platform itself would come about based upon Hart's supposed entrepreneurial efforts deploying investor capital to do so. Investors thus reasonably understood that their ability to earn profits from PulseX tokens was tied to the success of PulseX, which they understood was only possible through Hart's efforts to develop the project. Section 4, Hart's disclaimers. Hart contends that the investors in the Hart securities would not have reasonably expected any profit because he made statements telling potential investors, for example, that they should not expect to earn a profit from the investment in Hex, PulseChain, or PulseX, that investors were sacrificing their crypto assets when they deposited them to wallet addresses Hart set up, and that these sacrifices were the purpose of supporting free speech. This contention is meritless. First, as the SEC pled in its complaint, Hart made numerous other statements emphasizing that investments in these offerings were designed to generate tremendous profits for investors. Under Howey and his progeny, all facts and circumstances must be analyzed, not just Hart's convenient disclaimers in isolation. When Hart's disclaimers are considered together with his investment promotional statements, as well as the economic reality of the offering, that the Hart securities had little to no other use beyond in becoming investment vehicles. The plain economic reality of the schemes he offered and sold is that of investment contracts. Moreover, the SEC has specifically pled in its complaint that Hart is familiar with the federal securities laws and the Howey test, and that he made false statements to investors in order to disguise the economic reality of his crypto asset offerings. To the extent Hart now requests that the court credit his version of events over the allegations in the complaint. Hart is asking the court to bypass and ignore black-letter law regarding the standard of review for a motion to dismiss brought under Rule 12b-6. Which requires that the court assume the truth of the facts asserted in the complaint and draw all reasonable inferences from those facts in favor of the plaintiff. All right, gang, last section here. Argument number 5. The allegation of the complaints do not abridge the First Amendment rights of Hart or any user of Hex, PulseChain, or PulseX. Hart contends that the court should dismiss the SEC's entire complaint because it is an impermissible effort to penalize and restrains Hart's speech, along with the speech of thousands of users. Hart presents this argument in 2 pieces. First, objecting to the complaint's use of his own words, and then attempting to wrap free speech protections around the code that he developed for Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. For the reasons described below, these arguments fail. Hart's speech. A. Hart broadly argues that the SEC is not allowed to refer to his public statements in support of its claims, pointing to examples in the complaint quoting and using his words against him. Hart claims that the use of his own words is somehow impermissible under the First Amendment. This is a novel and untenable position, akin to a bank robbery defendant claiming that his constitutional rights are violated if prosecutors quote him as saying, "Stick him up." The First Amendment does not prohibit the evidentiary use of speech to establish the elements of a claim or to prove motive or intent. The court should reject Hart's attempt to use the First Amendment to insulate himself from the consequences of his actions. In reality, it is difficult to imagine a securities enforcement case that does not make extensive use of a defendant's written and oral statements. Speech relating to the purchase and sale of securities forms a distinct category of communications. SEC versus AT&T addressed the First Amendment constitutionality of Regulation FD, which prohibits a public company from disclosing material non-public information to some people unless it also discloses that information to the public. Opting to apply intermediate, not strict, scrutiny in that case, the court found that the prohibited and compelled speech requirements of Regulation FD did not violate the First Amendment. Quote, if speech employed directly or indirectly to sell securities were totally protected by the First Amendment, any regulation of the security markets would be unfeasible, and in that result has long since been rejected, end quote. In SEC versus Wall Street Publishing, the DC Circuit went even further in showing constitutional deference towards regulation efforts, finding that, quote, the government's power to regulate securities-related speech is at least as broad as with respect to the general rubric of commercial speech, end quote. In that case, the court soundly rejected a First Amendment challenge to the SEC's anti-touting injunction under Section 17B of the Securities Act, which states as such. We do not think it is necessary for us to inquire, as we would if only commercial speech were involved, whether the government's specific regulatory objective, disclosure of consideration, is constitutionally permissible. In areas of extensive federal regulation, like securities dealings, we do not believe that the Constitution requires the judiciary to weigh the relative merits of particularly regulatory objectives that impinge upon communications occurring within the umbrella of an overall regulatory scheme. We note, however, that even if we were so required, disclosure requirements would have been upheld in regulation of commercial speech, even when the government has not shown that, quote, the absence of a required disclosure, the speech would be false or deceptive, or that the disclosure requirement serves some substantial government interest other than preventing deception, end quote. Hart does not grapple with or even mention the AT&T or Wall Street Publishing lines case in summarily claiming the First Amendment protection for all statements made surrounding Hex, PulseX, and PulseChain. In this case, regardless of the standard applied, the SEC's interest in enforcing the securities law is substantial and compelling. Although Hart points to the injunctive relief sought by the SEC as far more extensive than necessary, this is not the case. If the court chooses to permanently bar the defendants from further sales of crypto asset securities, it will only come after the court has identified compelling reasons to do so through applications of several relevant court-tested factors. Section B, Code as Speech. Hart argues that his crypto products and platforms are inherently protected by the First Amendment and urges the court to apply strict scrutiny review to the SEC's attempt to enforce the federal securities law in connection with them. Strict scrutiny should not apply here. The SEC's effort to regulate these digital products and platforms is content neutral, based not on any expressive use, but based on the function of RH assets as securities. The enforcement of the federal securities laws is inherently content neutral because the SEC is concerned that securities follows the same rules regardless of what form the securities take, e.g. crypto assets, equities, bonds, or lemon tree contracts. Accordingly, under cases like Green, Austin, and Turner Broad Systems Inc. versus the FCC, The court should analyze the application of the federal securities laws to Hart's products with, at most, intermediate scrutiny. As above, this analysis requires asking whether the regulation, quote, furthers an important or substantial government interest if the governmental interest is unrelated to the suppression of free expression, and if the incidental restriction on alleged First Amendment freedoms is no greater than is essential to the furtherance of that interest, end quote. Hart points to cases like Universal Studios versus Corley for the proposition that computer code can contain expressive elements that are protected by First Amendment. But Corley explicitly found that First Amendment did not protect the code speech at issue here. In Corley, the Second Circuit found a statute forbidding websites from posting, or even linking to, copyright circumvention software constitutional, in part because, quote, a content-neutral regulation need not employ the least restrictive means of accomplishing the governmental objective. It need only avoid burdening substantially more speech that is necessary to further the government's legitimate interests, end quote. Many code-related cases have been decided in recent years that have considered this free speech aspect of code without hindering the government's efforts to regulate it. Wow, that's a lot of references. Okay. I know, right? Hart cites Packingham for the notion that the SEC cannot, quote, close the public squares, end quote, of Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. In Packingham, convicted sex offenders successfully challenged a North Carolina law that would have effectively banned them from all social networking sites. Even so, the Packingham court acknowledged that the First Amendment would allow a state to prohibit a sex offender from using a website to contact or gather information about a minor. The SEC's enforcement action against defendants here is just such a targeted measure. As stated above, the Commission has a valid and compelling interest in enforcing the federal securities laws. Further, any restriction on speech would be merely incidental to orderly imposition of those laws. The SEC does not seek to revoke Hart or any crypto enthusiasts from the internet. It seeks, as always, to prevent the unregistered offers and sales of securities and to fight securities fraud. Importantly, no case cited by Hart stands for the proposition that financial software constitutes, quote, a public square or public forum, end quote, that deserves First Amendment protection. This court should refuse to adopt the novel position urged by Hart. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, Hart's motion to dismiss should be denied. If the court grants any part of the motion, the Commission respectfully requests to leave the Commission respectfully requests leave to amend to address those deficiencies identified by the court in the ruling on the motion. July 8th, 2024, Matthew J. Gold and Ben Curvilla of the SEC.
You made it, bro.
There you go, Will. We did it. 3 hours and 20 minutes.
You did it, bro. I fucking sat here, chatted to the folks at home, did some Chat GPT summarization. You did the boatload of the work there. It's really hard to like follow along like with all this stuff because it just seems like there's so much non sequiturs and like just like references and the details and things. I did notice they had a little bit in there about like restricting the plans for like 3D printed guns there, especially towards the end.
Yeah, that was a reference.
That's a bummer. But yeah, bro, good shit. Good job.
Oh, thanks. By the way, we do have an actual lawyer joining us, and that is none other than Crypto Stylist.
Oh,
hello
excellent.
To you as well. I caught your stream with Rags earlier today. Excuse me, I'm tongue-tied. I've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I caught your stream with Rags earlier today. It was fantastic. Excellent job.
While we're on the subject of chat shoutouts, you want to play producer for me, and we'll chat shout out the folks that have been chilling and grilling. So let's see. I'm going to scroll up. So we've got, I believe, yes, Hexagon Lost in Asia is where we left off earlier. So Hexagon Lost in Asia, good to see you joining, bro. Glad that you were able to make us. I don't know if we're YouTube lawyers. We're definitely, or at least Zenith is YouTube court document reading. Dude, you did a fantastic job, by the way, with both with the inflection change, the pauses, the breaks, the pace, everything. So do you have I presume you have prior experience reading briefs and things in the Coast Guard?
Yeah, it's just nature. More of exposure. Although I gotta say, I don't like giving the SEC their dues too much, but I will say their brief was a little easier on the tongue than the Richard Hart brief. So I at least thank them for making it legible.
That's good. Yes. We appreciate that. All right, up next, we've got Susie Q thanking us. Thank you, Zenith and Will. I was able to walk and learn. I think she means watch and learn. So absolutely no problem.
She
Susie
might
Q.
actually be like going for a walk with headphones in, which would be
Oh,
super
no
cool.
kidding. All right, excellent. Well, whether you're watching and learning or walking and learning, like they're both fantastic. And I'm glad that you were able to join us, Susie Q. Further down, more from Hexkin Lost in Asia. Hexo
Looks
is on
like
YouTube. Oh, yeah. Shout out to
Hexologist, I think,
Hexologist.
is also doing it.
Yeah. Actually, let me pull up. I've noticed. So I've been keeping an eye on the pulsetube.com. So Hexologist was going on about it. Blockchain Trends is going on about it. Let's see. Freaking Hex Token Live or Hex Token. They're talking about it as well. So shout out to all the folks in the space that are paying attention to these sorts of things. But Hexologist is being a lawyer as well. Good stuff. Next up, we got Tam. What's up, fam? Good to see you, Tam. And then Moonpilled Rational Optics made it back. So good for him. Bro, he left the stream like when we started. Like when you were like I had hopped in and he was like, yo, bro, guys, I gotta go back to work or do something. Then it's like we've been going for fucking 3.5 hours just about. So good to have you back, Moonpilled Rational Optics. Chad Donner Schwanz. I'm not fucking leaving the stream or the RH ecosystem. Goddamn right,
Attaboy.
bro. I fucking love it.
Damn
Yep,
right.
you're goddamn right. Next up, we got Jake and Trevelyan. Sup, gang? Can't stay on long. Got a lot of homework, but gotta watch tomorrow during work. Replay, gang. We out. Good to see. Glad that you're going to be enjoying this as well. Next up, we got Human Hex Trafficker. Human Hex Trafficker. These guys really have a hard on for Richard Hart. Yes, the SEC. They're out to get him, and I will say that I certainly do appreciate Richard Hart as well, but I don't know if I love them as much as the SEC does. Kenturian 54X then says the U.S. government hates the First Amendment. Yeah, it's interesting how that works. The amendments are supposed to stop the government from infringing on your rights. It's not supposed to grant the government permissions to do things. So the amendments are there to stop the government from treading on you. Next up, again, we got Crypto Stylist saying hello to you too, Crypto Stylist. Jemmy is back saying Zenith, I can't imagine that was exhausting. Fucking A, right. Like pros, fucking shout out to you, bro. You're doing fucking great. And then Hex Lost in Asia, chat shout out. Yep. Cassie Kelly, great job, guys. And time for chat shout outs. Yeah. And we're fucking caught up. And hey, if we were, oh shoot, never mind. It's 8 p.m. Central. So I was gonna say if we were if this was a Friday, it'd be time to start a stream, but it's we're already an hour into like our normal times and things. So what do you think of their response to the like overall all things in like other than the fact that they wrote it well, like the subject of their arguments? I think that it was like there's a lot of detail in there that I can't refute or like that I don't really have context to understand, but I will say that like the argument before about the money and the timelines seems like a pretty relevant one because it's all on the blockchain or something. I have not done my due diligence or my research. I will admit to that firsthand. I just listen to what other people say and take it as gospel. But like, if the timelines are all fucked, then what the hell's going on here? Why are they saying he spent money before it existed? So I don't know.
True.
What are your thoughts on the whole thing?
Let's go one by one through the arguments. So
okay.
The first argument is this one, that the court has personal jurisdiction over Richard Hart. Mm-hmm. I will say, unfortunately, the SEC did make a compelling claim that he did make specific efforts to target the U.S. market when it came to like the Hex conference or that Fresh and Fit podcast that they were referencing, or also the was it the PulseCon or whatever. If you read them in the way that the SEC read them, I think a reasonable person could conclude that the United States market was targeted to a degree. Whether that degree shows that it was specifically trying to operate exclusively in the U.S., I don't know if that's relevant. I think that based on the statutes that they read out in the arguments, it's that it just has specifically target the U.S. Meanwhile, Richard Hart's team was talking about how this is not a single specific targeting. This is just worldwide. But I think that they might have a hard time proving that. because there were multiple efforts made to do things inside the United States. And to effectuate the Richard Hart team claim, they would have to show that they probably made equal effort or similar effort, at least in other areas, if not more areas of the world, which I do believe that he has done many different crypto events in Europe and maybe Asia as well. So it's very possible that it's that. But I do unfortunately think that the SEC is making a decent claim about jurisdiction because he has specifically attended and interacted with very specific U.S. events.
Okay.
All right. So what do you think about that one? The jurisdiction.
Yeah, I think that like it's kind of fudgeable because like if you go to an event in the US, then like there's like we live in the digital age, there's going to be more places than the US that will be broadcasting the same thing. You know what I mean? Like
I hear you.
Like fuck, what's an example? There's like the Olympics are broadcast worldwide, right? So like if I go and I'm like hanging out at the Olympics, I'm not trying to get the French market, or if I'm like filming something, or if I'm speaking at the Olympics, I'm not trying to like grab the French market, even though the Olympics is happening in France. So that's my really shitty anecdote to kind of like. I think that's again like I'm not.
That's a reasonable
lawyer,
argument, which is that he's like, look, I made this thing. There are groups of people that like that I made this thing, and I thought it was a cool thing to go talk to them, and they happen to be in the United States. The only one that kind of doesn't fall within that one is the Fresh and Fit appearance, which I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that one. I've seen that podcast many times, but the point of that one is that it was not only specifically promoting Hex and Pulse Chain, but that was a 2-hour-long podcast talking about like overall crypto stuff, overall investment stuff, macroeconomics, and also like personal dating and lifestyle stuff. So it's like, arguably, was he there to promote a product? Yes, theoretically, but at the same time, that show, I think, has a track record of just bringing on successful and interesting people. Richard Hart falls into that category for sure, even before all of the Hex stuff, because he was so involved in Bitcoin and entrepreneurial efforts in Florida back when he used to live there.
Yep.
So
he happened to promote a thing, but it wasn't the purpose of the show, just like incidental. But I don't know, like it did. I'm not sure how graspy at straws the judge is going to be here, or the jury, or the executioner.
It might be, but I actually want to go back to something that's even larger than this, which is that they started off with this standard of review. So remember, right now, the only thing that's happened is that the SEC made allegations and Richard Hart's team has filed a motion to dismiss. And that the SEC has now responded and has requested a jury trial. So what's going on right now is that nothing is actually adjudicated. There's only accusations and a rebuttal. What the SEC was talking about through the preliminary statement stuff and the standard of review is that at this point in the process, we are at the point of gathering facts and evidence and making initial arguments to the court, at which point the judge will determine if the allegations are credible enough to move towards whatever the next step is. In this case, it's jury trial. So what they unfortunately talk about here is that based on where we are currently in the process, is that when allegations are made, the judge is supposed to assume truthfulness from the accuser, aka the plaintiff or whoever complained to the SEC, and now the SEC who's suing Richard Hart. So based on where we are in the process, the SEC kind of has a bit of the tip of the hat right now, which is that we will assume that you're operating in good faith, which I mean, there's a personal statement there about whether they are or not, but legally speaking, where we are in the process for the United States legal system, it's kind of leaning in favor of the SEC until we get to trial. At that point, we go back to operating on some very good old English jurisprudence standards, which is presumption of innocent, still guilty, which it kind of shifts back on the burden, goes, okay, cool, SEC, you brought this case to court. Now you have to finish the job. You gotta send it home. You gotta prove your point. Unfortunately, I believe this is a civil case, so the burden of proof is no longer it is not the criminal beyond preponderance of it. Sorry,
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a preponderance of the evidence.
Thank you, Will. Correct.
Yeah.
So that is where we are right now. So unfortunately, I know one of the things that the Richard Hart team talked about was like, hey, your accusations sometimes are kind of nonsense, timeline speaking. So they should kind of be dismissed. But unfortunately, because where we are right now, they have to be complete nonsense instead of just part nonsense in order to get that motion of dismiss, it sounds like. But that's me speaking.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to argument number 2.
So that's the first one, yeah.
Correct. So argument number 2 is the complaint alleges domestic transactions in the purchase and sale and offer of securities. So this is pretty much saying that Richard Hart engaged in illegal securities offerings. And this is, I think this is the one where we bring up Howie, is it?
No, that's the third
no.
one. This one's domestic transactions. The SEC asserts that transactions in question
There
occurred
we go.
within the U.S. or had significant effects on U.S. investors.
Correct. So this one is very much in line with argument number 1, which is the jurisdiction thing, because to prove jurisdiction, they're showing that the actions had effect of U.S. markets. So theoretically, if the SEC can prove argument number 1, which is that they have jurisdiction because he targeted U.S. markets, therefore the effect of the U.S. markets is reason enough to allege that the transactions were domestic. Does that make sense?
SEC. Yeah. I mean, like it makes sense as much as I'm going to understand, I think. The SEC contends that its allegations satisfy the legal standards for domestic transactions, ensuring that U.S. securities laws apply. So, like, the specifics of all that, like, is over my head, like, truth be told.
Gotcha. All right, I'll try to break it down a little bit. I think there's 2 points on this argument alone. First of comes from the SEC, which they make the argument that there are some cases that the Richard Hart case specifically cites, talking about how there were foreign transactions that also theoretically occurred in the U.S. a little bit. But then the SEC doubles down on it and says, no, those cases talk about a German company in German court and a Switzerland company operating in Switzerland. There is nothing outside of those jurisdictions, which there is in this case. So that is the argument there. The other half of that, this kind of harkens back to how the U.S. handles like international maritime claims. So, fun fact: when you are operating a ship in international waters or on the high seas, your ship can have 4 different statuses of nationality according to the U.S. You are either U.S. flagged and based, foreign flagged and base, not flagged in base, aka no claim of nationality, or you are what is, quote, assimilated to stateless, which is if you have a conflicting claim of nationality, you are presumed to have no nationality. And what they're kind of saying in this case, where what happens in the maritime cases is that if it's a U.S. flagship, cool. As a U.S. Coast Guard for law enforcement, we had jurisdiction to operate and conduct boarding, searches, and seizures on our own vessels and inspections pretty much whenever we wanted. It's 14 USC 87 Alpha is the U.S. code that grants the Coast Guard jurisdiction to pretty much, for the purposes of U.S. law enforcement, board and search any ship at any point. It's actually like this weird Fourth and Fifth Amendment subversion in the U.S. code that no one's really like batted an eye about. It is, I agree. But it's kind of one of these things that's like no one's really batted an eye about up to this point, so it's never really gone to court. Which is that in U.S. code, they kind of have a way to circumvent Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections. But that's neither here nor there. The point of this is that when the U.S. finds a vessel that has no nationality and makes no nationality claim, they'll just claim to have jurisdiction over it because they kind of can. And if they can show a nexus of evidence that it's trying to break U.S. law, even if we're down off the coast of South America, and they're like,
I was going to say, like, outside in international waters. Like
correct. So it's kind of this weird thing where it's like, cool, you have no nationality, but you're in a boat that looks like it's designed to transport drugs, and you're generally pointed towards North America. Therefore, we think you're trying to smuggle drugs into the United States, which is a U.S. crime. That is the nexus of evidence. So what you're kind of seeing here is a similar thing. I'm not trying to teach you about Coast Guard law. I'm trying to teach you how the U.S. handles law when it claims there is no nationality, aka on a decentralized blockchain, which is that what they're trying to do here is similar to the jurisdiction case, which is that, hey, you claim to operate nowhere, but it's impossible to operate nowhere. So because you're affecting our markets, we're going to claim that you're operating in the United States. Therefore, you are subject to U.S. law.
That's kind of, man, I don't like that. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I can't do anything to change it. Fuck. That I know of.
Agreed.
I understand their interpretation, and while I might disagree with it, like the sentences make sense.
Okay.
It is
Yeah.
an
So,
understandable claim.
all right. To give the SEC a little bit of credit here, is it when it comes to the nationality question, which is you're a government dealing with other government entities and government actors, how do you regulate people that are not a part of any government and don't operate within any borders? You can't really. Or it's pretty much impossible. Or you are inadequately protecting your own people if you just allow that stuff to happen. Therefore, they kind of are required by the nature of their job to pursue bad actors if they're trying to circumvent like that kind of like a jurisdictional thing.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, in this case, the SEC is technically doing its job by trying to go after what they claim as bad actors that are operating inside of their markets, which they are specifically tasked with protecting. Whether or not I believe that just because there were trades or like offerings, quote offerings inside the U.S. law. Yeah, that is a question that I am fortunately not in the power to answer. But yes, Moonpill has an excellent quote here, which is U.S. maritime law equals we don't know who you are, so we're in charge. Yes, correct. That is pretty much how that one works. And unfortunately, I think it works the same way here.
And that's the way it goes. That's part of the benefit of being a U.S. citizen is you got this asshole government that's going to go and take out everyone else. So
well, that's where we start.
And sometimes they'll take out you if you're a national threat or something.
Or what is it? R.I.P. Alabar Al-Dualaki.
Yep, Anwar al-Awlaki.
Anwar al-Awlaki. Excuse me. Sorry, I butchered the shit out of that. My bad.
14-year-old killed by a drone strike. U.S. citizen.
All right, so let's
maybe bad. Anyways, neither here.
Let's keep it going. Let's go into argument number 3. So this is the complaint sufficiently alleges that's securities fraud against Richard Hart. So this is where they make 2 arguments. First off is that Hart's acts were deceptive and that the material omissions did constitute fraud. So specifically, what they target here is this is the one that I think is possibly the weakest due to the timeline that is alleged by the Richard Hart team that they specifically did not address. It's one of those things where you kind of got to read between the lines a little bit. But when we read through the SEC response, they did not talk about that timeline at all, even though it was specifically called out in the Richard Hart case. And they even used that kind of bit as like a poke in the chest of, haha, you idiots. They specifically left it out on this one, which is kind of interesting because it might be a little bit of an omission about, I can't refute this because they're just correct.
Yep.
So I think this one is possibly the shakiest grounds, which is because when they're talking about deceptive acts, they're trying to say that he used a mixer to obfuscate funds in order to throw off investors. That also is, in order to do that, this one, remember that fraud requires intent. So Richard Hart specifically made a bunch of disclaimers saying that this is not investments. You were not investors. You were people making political statements with your sacrifice. If he's making that claim, then he has no responsibility or believes himself that he has no responsibility to tell these people what ends up with that money because it is gone. It is lost. They reiterate that many times.
It's clear.
So the fact that he uses a mixer to move funds or obfuscate what he's doing with what are effectively now his funds, that is kind of up to him. In the United States, you do have a right to privacy, and that includes financial privacy, which I know is a bit of an oxymoron on blockchain stuff, but you can use blockchain mixers to kind of like just muddy it up to the point where it's like you can't really tell what's what, but you know that there's like a fraction here and a fraction there and a fraction over there. So I personally think the argument here does not really stand on its own, which is that to claim that the acts are deceptive, A, is going against privacy, which you have, and B, also says that the people have a right to know what is happening to their investor funds, which have very clearly been told to you are not investor funds. And then additionally, part B of this is the omissions, aka what he's leaving out. And what they're trying to say is that he's leaving out that you have invested in an investment contract. Whether or not they agree with their definitions of investment contracts with each other, that's clearly up in the air. But what they're trying to say is that because of this constitutes fraud or lying to you, misreporting what you were actually doing and getting for your efforts. So this one, because there is intent tied to it, I think this is one of the hardest ones to prove. Even though the SEC does talk about a lot of the stuff, they're like, look, we don't have to specifically prove intent with like a letter in his diary saying, I can't wait to steal their money and lie to them. They're just like, it just has to like kind of look like it makes sense. So again, we have a low bar of burden of proof on this one, so it's going to be kind of hard to prove, in my opinion. Or it will be easy to cross that barrier, but it's going to be very difficult to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
All right, let's get on. What do you think about that one? What do you think about the
No,
fraud? Is this a
agree
fraud case or is this a securities case? Like, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I don't really know. I think it's a target Richard Hart case, and those are the things that they came up with. Like
I tend to agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of like show me the man, I'll show you the crime. You know, it's not
Agreed.
It's not like, oh, I noticed a crime, I better go get him for crime. It's like, oh, I've got a guy I don't like. I should look into his stuff and find crimes, or something like that. Like
Correct.
what is it? The average American commits like 7 felonies a day or something. Like this is the world that we live in. This is the unfortunate truth. It's like
this is
if
what
they want
happens
you, they're
when
going
you
to
have
get
an overregulated and overburdened legal system where
Yep.
you can get to the point where it's like people who are just genuinely trying not to break a law and don't believe that they're breaking laws. If you can somehow manufacture something to put them in prison, it's like that is not a workable system, because at that point, no one has an incentive to be innocent because it's impossible
Correct.
to be innocent, which is
Correct.
honestly a big perversion of law. But that's a separate conversation. What I did want to bring up on this one is that for the folks at home, this is kind of one of those things where it's you can theoretically pad your prosecutorial numbers if you are a prosecutor by doing something like taking one action and then trying to break it into a bunch of individual actions and then charge the same crime for each of those piecemeal actions. This is how you kind of get this weird thing where it's like you can also subconsciously trick people, which is like, look, I have accused this person of 72 felonies. And then the person goes, oh, well,
Like
they
Trump
might not
thing
all
with
be real,
34.
but it's exactly the same thing. It's like, at least like there's a probability that like maybe one of these is correct. It's like, no, this is one action, one conviction that has been broken piecemeal up to appear so large that to a reasonable person who doesn't know any better, you can kind of just imagine like the scatter of a normal distribution curve and be like, it's got to hit somewhere. Like something has to be correct. But the real question is is the entire action the same thing, or is it different actions? And are you just trying to use the smokescreen of probability to convict a man in a court of law, which it's the famous old quote, I think it's Benjamin Franklin, which is, it's better that 10 guilty men go free than one innocent man be condemned, which is that
Blackstone. Yeah.
Exactly. Blackstone's formulation. Thank you. It's the idea that we value justice so much that we're trying to make sure that we don't hit innocent people, that unfortunately, as part of the nature, there are going to be some guilty people that get away. That's just how it goes. So with that being said, I do kind of think that this whole case is like, we're looking at like what? Securities fraud, conspiracy to commit securities fraud, offerings of unregistered securities, conspiracy to offer unregistered securities. It's like, all right, we're repeating ourselves here. But at the same time, I think you're correct. And I think that this is kind of part and parcel with how Gary Gensler has been running the SEC, and that they're trying to go through rules, regulation through lawsuits and court actions, as opposed to scripted proceedings. All right. Anyways, we got two more arguments to get to.
Sure.
Argument number 4. This is the complaint alleges that Hart offered and sold Hex, Pulsesheet, and PulseX as investment contracts under Howey. So, Will, pop quiz for you. Do you remember the prongs of the Howey test?
Expectation of profit is one.
That is one. Yep.
Off of the work of others. Is that part of? Oh man, hang on. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Expectation of work based off the profit of others, implying some sort of like guarantee or something like that. Something of that nature. Am I getting close to it? It's 4 prongs, right?
Yeah, so there's the Howey test consists of an investment of money with an expectation of profits in a common enterprise based on the expectation
Common
of work of
enterprise.
others.
Common enterprise is what I forgot. Yep. And then the
Correct.
investment
So
money. Okay.
common enterprise is specifically one of the quotes that they're calling out here and that they specifically disagree with Richard Hart on and claim that he's misquoting and that the Second Circuit specifically agrees with them, even though Richard Hart's team is quoting cases from other circuits. So this is where we do kind of have to talk about a little bit the breakdown of the American judicial system or the court system, which is that we have the Supreme Court, and then we have circuit courts, and then we have local courts.
Yep.
Local courts set precedent for themselves, and then a district court, which is above a local court, well, their cases have precedent for people below them. A district court does not set precedent for other district courts, but those cases can be used in reference to each other, but they are not precedent, because precedent is looking at based on past rulings. That is the new standard. So because the different courts are equal judiciary level, which means one is not higher than the other, it can tell the other what to do, they can have conflicting rulings. If you do have a conflicting ruling, this is where you can appeal this case, or this case does get taken up by the Supreme Court, which is who has to arbitrate a difference in law so that there is a single standard. Commonly, what sometimes happens is that if there's a case happening in one district that has been ruled against by a lower court in a certain way that is kind of like against the other district court, the prosecutors, even if they feel that they were ruled against unfairly, they won't raise it to the district court level, because if they get to the district court level and win, and their ruling is contradictory to a different ruling, then that means you now have conflicting rulings, which means it has to be adjudicated by the Supreme Court at some point, which means that one of those two chances is now going to get completely ruled out. So what you kind of do is sometimes some of these things kind of get shoved under the rug a little bit and not pursued to appeal to a higher court, even if they think they're right. So that's kind of what we're seeing on this one a little bit, but not as much as I just described. So the second court is the one that has the, investment contract definition that the SEC likes. Richard Hart's team is citing a different court that has kind of alluded to a different ruling on that. So what's going on is that the SEC is saying, hey, we are here. You are not making an appeal to the Supreme Court. You're making an appeal to this court, which agrees with us right now.
Mm-hmm. I just looked up the court districts 1 through 10 and the different spots in America that are represented by different.
So where is the second district?
1 through 11. The second district is Vermont, New York, and Connecticut. So
wow, shocker.
There's second district. Yeah, who would have thought? So second district is just, I would imagine that's chock-a-block full of New York City, everything's. First district is like, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Second is that little New York zone plus Vermont. Third district is Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and then just kind of like it sort of like shotguns out and spreads across the United States from there.
Cool. Good info. Let's get back to the Howey test stuff.
Correct. Yes.
So with the Howey test in this case, the difference between the arguments made by the SEC and Richard Hart's team is that Richard Hart's team looks at a very technical translation of the Howey test. Meanwhile, the SEC is reliant upon previous cases to give them this totality of the circumstances interpretation, saying that the Howey test is more than just the prongs. It is not each prong in isolation. It is all the prongs together with the entirety of the market to determine if it kind of passes the spirit that the regulators are allowed to regulate, which is that even if one of the things that they say here is the horizontal aspect, which is that just because you are not investing in an investment contract with this thing doesn't mean that in aggregate, if everyone together believes that them participating in this thing is going to create value, like, the whole ship rises and falls together. It's that kind of thing. It's because the horizontal aspect? I forget the word they used. But the point is that in aggregate, everyone together using this thing is hoping to make money on the thing that they are using. Even if them themselves interacting with the contract does not fail the Howey test, it fails the Howey test because you have that expectation of profits through an investment contract, through the loose association with everyone else doing the same thing in an attempt to drive demand. That's the case that the SEC is making, and Richard Hart's case is making more of the technical argument, saying that the Howey test is failed because we have met your letter of the law. You just don't like that. You think that the SEC is in charge of anything and everything that can induce some sort of profit.
Yeah,
that's the difference between the two arguments, in my opinion.
yeah,
But that's what I picked up out of this read.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same branch there as you.
Yeah. So specifically with this one, it's they look at Hex, PulseX, and all the disclaimers, and they're kind of saying like yes, you technically followed the letter of the law, but we think you're trying to get around it, so we're still going to try to stick it on you. And it's like that's going to be an interesting proof in court. So best of luck, but at the same time, it's like this is one, in my personal opinion, this is the example of the classic case between anybody in crypto and Gary Gensler, where the crypto folks are like, we want to adhere to your regulation, but it's just very ambiguous and unclear. And then Gary Gensler's like, oh no, our regulations are already fine and the laws are in place. You just have to apply to them. And it's like, they are applying to the letter of the law. You just think that you have jurisdiction and you're trying to apply this new thing into an old framework under the spirit of law. And it's like, from a social level, having the spirit of law is a very important thing, because it implies, or it's obvious through the actions of people that they want to be in compliance with the law and they want to be good citizens. But when it comes to the technical level of actually like finding people lots and lots of money and putting them in jail potentially, you got to be very specific. Mm-hmm. That's where we're seeing the differentiation here. This case is a good example of that, which is a thing that we keep hearing about, which is that like people like Coinbase and Binance, they're getting sued by the SEC because they thought they were in compliance with the law. They looked at it, they read it, and they said, yep, here we go. And then the SEC is kind of more about like, no, you just didn't register as a securities offerings. You're not allowed to register as a securities offerer because you're also a holding company and also an exchange. And we don't allow people to be all three of those at the same time. It's like, okay, your old requirements are clearly untenable for the new technology. Therefore, it cannot fit into it, even as much as they are trying to fit into it. So that's where the conflict is coming from. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, thoughts on that?
I mean, it's all a big fucking mess, man. I still like, I don't, they're writing the nice sounding things to weave their little campfire story to get the thing that they want. I don't think that much of this has merit. It's all campfire stories. It's basically people swinging dicks, seeing who's got the better team, who's got the more money, who's got the more people in their pocket to, make things happen. Like,
well, if you there was, I don't know if you caught it or not, but there was one specific section in here where the SEC specifically references some of the statements that Richard Hart made, saying that I have the best legal team, I have all the money able to fight this, therefore I will. And they're like, you can say that, but we still think that you're just blatantly trying to go against the law and use money and a team as justification to do so. So the SEC, I think, is a little personally invested in this one and has maybe a little bit of animosity about that. But even at the same time, there's animosity on all sides of the house here. But to your point, though, I think that there's an even more meta discussion around this case and similar cases as well going on right now, which is that you are using this spirit of the law thing and the flexibility that you think Congress has given you and no one's pushed back on really to wield power in the way you think is fit. But what you're really doing is just trying to establish and maintain the authority and dominance in the SEC without regard to the U.S. economy overall, which is that you are more interested in people bowing to your authority than in the actual markets and economies growing in new and novel ways, aka fostering a booming crypto industry that is fledgling and looking for a place to plant roots. And what you're doing through this is, instead of allowing something new to flourish and work with them, you are saying you will bow to my authority or you will not exist. So theoretically, whoever's in charge of that agency could use their spirit of the law thing and say, hey, I see you're trying to comply with the spirit of the law. Let's work together to make sure that we can maintain these markets, instead of, no, these are our rules, play by our rules, or go home. Or go elsewhere, really.
Like, where's it going to go? They can't stop it. They can't stop the code. It's too late, baby.
What you're going to see, what you might see if they really rule against Richard Hart on this case and potentially others like it, is that argument I mentioned previously about how they're saying that the blockchains exist nowhere, is that some other country is going to step up and be like, no, blockchains are right here. This is our jurisdiction.
Yep. And then
So-
we'll be fucked. Not really. We won't be fucked, but it'll be interesting. See what
True.
happens.
True,
I'm
true. All
excited.
right, we have one more argument to get to. This
Yes, we
is
do.
an interesting one in two aspects. So
First Amendment.
I personally thought that the arguments were kind of talking past each other a little bit on this one, which is that they each purport different things and they each retort each other on different areas as well. So specifically for the Richard Hart thing, he's saying like, look, blockchain, this is just data and code. We've already established that data and code are free speech. You trying to limit it has to be done in a way that is done in the least intrusive way possible. And also at the same time, the things that you cannot shut down my speech and the speech of the other people choosing to involve themselves in it. And then on the flip side, the SEC comes back and saying, just because there is a First Amendment doesn't mean that you're protected from your own speech being used against you, nor does it mean that you can use that this is just a buffer, get out of jail free card for anything at all times. So I think they're kind of talking past each other a little bit on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, the SEC gives like a little bit of a nod, being like, yeah, whatever you publish is technically free speech, and I can't tell you can't do that. But at the same time, they're very still much like, I'm still going to try to use speech against you where I can, though.
Yeah, fraudulent commercial speech is not protected by the First Amendment. Being a bunch of little bitches, man. That's what they are.
The best summary I can give for this is that especially in the First Amendment claim, is that the Richard Hart team makes the more libertarian claim of the, I'll use gun control as an example here, which is that there's people that say like, look, the Second Amendment's very clear. Any gun right is an infringement. Meanwhile, the authority having people here are saying that, no, we have created reasonable laws in the past, therefore we should create more reasonable laws in the future, despite what is technically on that piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very libertarian argument versus a argument based on precedent and what they've gotten away with in the past.
Bro, I just GPT'd compare the two responses to each other. It actually, like, what you just said is the conclusion highlight. This comparison highlights the key areas of contention where Richard Hart's defense focuses on jurisdictional issues, the definition of securities, and First Amendment rights, while the SEC emphasizes the sufficiency of its allegations regarding fraud and the applicability of U.S. securities law. So it's like, yeah, you fucking nailed it, bro.
There you go. For folks at home, we just saved you 4 hours worth of stream watching to be summarized in 15 seconds.
Well, so
apologies for everybody that stuck to the end.
No, it's good. It's good, man. It's good. If you guys stick to the end.
A little bit of a meta analysis on why we did the 4-hour stream today. By the way, I think this is a new record for us.
Yes, it is. We have crossed the threshold.
That's true. I was going to do this reading anyway, because I think it's important to be exposed to the source material and at least have read it once to be exposed to, like, know what's in there. Because even if I don't remember everything, which by the way, I'm not going to, I still have heard it at some point. So if someone else says something or references something in here, it might jog something in my brain that says, oh yeah, I remember that part now. So that's part of it. And then, I mean, it's also doing the work, which is somebody's got to read this at some point to know what's inside of it. It's not the 1,000-page omnibus that we have to pass before we can know what's inside of it. No. If we're making legal arguments, we got to know exactly what we're fighting with here.
Yep. Look at Chad's.
I saw that fucking Zenith GPT.
ZPT. I like it. ZGPT. That's a pretty good.
If anything, it shows that I'm not like just blowing smoke up people's asses here. And if anything, I think Crypto Stylist is still out there. I know she's in Asia, but she is a lawyer nonetheless. So there are good people in this community that I consider my friends that I hope are willing to correct and check me on the information I'm putting out there. And I know they will. Like, I know, I doubt that Chuck is going to watch the entire stream, but Nuclear Herbs is probably going to have some words for me after this about like, hey, you misspoke here and here, and there's some context you missed here, but like overall, good 80% stream.
That's good fucking mentoring though, bro. I fucking like it. That's good. And like not everyone's gonna put in the work, which is why it's important that you're doing this. Like literally you're paying the price of attention. Fuck yeah, Tin Top. I love it.
Adios, Tin Top. Thanks for sticking around, bud.
You're paying the price of attention and like churning the information yourself. So like that's a difficult investment to make. Most people won't do that. They'll take the SNID bits, or they'll take the Chat GPT stuff, which is what I did. Right. But like paying the iron price makes it literally makes it more valuable. You're going to the store, you're buying a bag of pistachios that still have the shell on them, and you're going home and you're cracking open the pistachio, then you're eating them like individually one at a time. You'll appreciate that pistachio a whole lot more than the asshole that goes to the store and they buy it in a plastic bag and it's just nothing but a bunch of nuts. It's meaningless to them. So like you are, this is the process of generating value, bro. You're generating value, and it's not only valuable to you, but it's also valuable to those that are watching us. And it's like, that's good. That's good character building, and it's good marketability. I want to go ahead.
I do have a question for the audience. Other than please like, comment, and subscribe. Do the YouTube pleasantries. If you stuck around this long, odds are you're already a fan of ours. Or if you're not, there's a good chance you're going to like what we do around here anyway. So please do so. But my question to everybody in the chat is, after looking at these two arguments, obviously we're all a little bit biased here, but I want to see a probability that Richard Hart wins. What is the probability that Richard Hart beats the SEC on this?
I'm gonna go ahead and put it in at 69.420% chance of Richard Hart winning. That's
nice.
I will write it down, and I like Paul Sachs's comment bonus part to Zenith reading this is that now it's in a CSV text file. So thanks for the backup, Z. So like, because you have read it, now it exists in double. Like, not only is it in this Dropbox, but it's also like saved in the audio world of YouTube servers until, you know, the Degen Roundtable got shut down for hate speech and whatever crimes they're going to determine that we've committed when whenever we fail the securities tests and everything. But yeah, I'm guessing 69.420% chance that Richard Hart wins this case. But oh yeah, look at that. Will beat me to it.
Taylor's let's go over our answers from Moonpilled Rational Optics. He says 75% chance. From Beyond All, we have 101% chance.
Nice.
Taylor also is with you at the 69.420. Jemmy is not sure.
Yep.
Tin Top says judges follow the law. 100% RH win.
Yep. Judges follow the law, but every law is a fucking campfire story, and every way that it's presented is a fucking it's marketing, it's salesmanship. Lawyers aren't like guys that read laws and stats and facts. They're people that tell compelling stories to get people to believe them. They're either telling the story to one person, the judge, or they're telling the story to 12 people, and they have to like sway a whole bunch of minds. But like, lawyers they're not people that quote. I mean, they are people that quote like stats and reference cases and do things of that nature. But the end result of the whole process is to sell someone else your idea. So like, lawyers are salesmen first, and the effective lawyers that win all the time, they're the good salesmen that pick the right cases, and they do the whole thing correctly. The lawyers that like, you know, that focus on like facts and numbers and things, and that don't focus on the salesmanship part, don't focus on the storytelling and the marketing and all that crap. Like, those are probably the ones that are going to have I'm not going to say they're not going to win, but they're going to have a lower track rate of success compared against the lawyers that are better storytellers. Same thing with politicians, same thing with friends, same thing with like grocery store clerks, same thing with bartenders, same thing with your dentist. The people that tell the best stories, the people that are able to convince you of like the things that are inside their head, those are the people that are going to win. Those are the people that are going to succeed in life. So
I think that you are correct on this one, and Paul Sachs is 80% of the way there, I think. Paul says 88% win chance just due to the team that he hired. It is who you know and not what you know in the U.S. law system. I mostly agree with this statement. I think that you're more correct on the part where it is the team that he hired. And it's not the fact that if you are buddy-buddy with people, you can get away with murder, but it's more the fact exactly what Will said. I think that Richard Hart made a shrewd decision to hire the most decorated and active prosecutors in the world at this point, which means that these are the people that are actual trial lawyers. I think one of the reasons that the SEC has not been doing so great lately is because they are not trial lawyers. They are not prosecutors. They might be as part of their job, but they are not the actual lawyers that are in the courtroom day to day, winning cases and understanding how to do so. Typically in the past, they've been regulators. I could very easily be corrected here and say, no, they have a specific team for this. I say, okay, that's cool. At the same time, though, your win percentage has dropped drastically since you started this strategy, which shows me that you're not exactly good at this per se, because the SEC, remember, used to have like a 98% conviction rating. They're down below 90%, I think, solely due to Gary Gensler's leadership. And keep in mind that is only the percentage of W's and L's. That doesn't take into account the size of the losses that they've taken recently. The XRP case that just happened recently, I think, is a massive, massive L for the SEC, because they asked for about like $2 billion worth of damages. They ended up getting awarded like $100 million in civil court afterwards, after having 2/3 of their arguments rejected. That's massive. And additionally, I'm going to keep harping on it. The debt box case back earlier this year, it was March, when they were shown to be such bad actors that the judge awarded damages to the defendant. Typically, the SEC just kind of washes their hands and goes, "Oops, sorry, we thought you were a bad actor, but you're not. We'll just like forgive each other and leave." They said, "No. You're paying these guys back a lot."
You owe them
to the
money.
point that the regional office closed and the director of that area resigned, aka was fired. And the two agents involved in the case also resigned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, here's Uncle Z's probability. I'm 66%. I say that because I'm giving it a 2-1 to Richard. I think that the team he has are well practiced, well versed, and from what I can see, I think they're making decent arguments. I unfortunately think that the SEC has a fighting chance because they have a little bit of the home court advantage, being the prosecutors in this case in a federal court that they have a bit of a good record with. You pointed out this is the Second Circuit Court, which was New York, was it Delaware and New Hampshire or Vermont?
Nope. New York, Vermont, and Connecticut. Like literally things that New York touches in Vermont for some fucking reason.
Correct. Those are how we say
New
very
York City.
liberal states,
Yes.
especially New York. Like, this is being heard in Brooklyn.
That's the place where, like if you've got any sort of conservative or Republican or freedom or whatever type thing, that's where it goes to die, is at the Second Circuit. So campfire stories.
I say liberal not as a Democrat or Republican thing, but more of an institutional versus challengers kind of thing, which is that in general, I think that these are people that believe in the institutions and therefore kind of like give a little bit of a nod to the institutions. And if you're a challenger, you got to really win big. Is it possible that Richard Hart wins big? I think so. I think it's a 2-1 Vegas odds for Richard Hart against the SEC. So that's why I'm saying 66%. We do have a good question from Beyond It All, though. Beyond All, excuse me. He says, if this case gets dragged out for years, can Richard Hart afford those 11 lawyers, or what would happen besides the token hits the ground? Well, the good news is Richard Hart was independently wealthy before any of this. So could he probably pay for it? Yeah, I think so. At the same time, though, I think we are getting to a point where this is an issue that will be decided in the near future. Not just the Richard Hart case, but just crypto stuff in general, which is that we're going to see a determination probably with this election and what happens the year after, which is we're either going to get Donald Trump, who's very pro-crypto and crypto-friendly, to replace Gary Gensler, and we're going to see probably a big reversal in the SEC, which, oh God, I pray for. I really do. And then the flip side of that is that Kamala Harris is the president, and in which case nothing changes. And Gary Gensler continues to try to shift crypto away. And we start getting some rulings that are going to start cutting against the crypto case in the US and just keep agreeing with the spirit of the law argument that the SEC is making. I'm not saying crypto is going to lose all of them, but I'm going to saying that we're probably going to lose a few here and there.
Worst case scenario, you have an opportunity to prove your ability to succeed in difficult times and to learn from it. And hopefully you're the wheat and not the chaff, because the chaff will get swept away and they will be posting on what's that Twitter page, confessions of like crypto confessions or something like that. Debtbox case was monumental. You're absolutely right, Paul Sachs. Absolutely right.
Agreed. I do want to give a final shout out to CZQ. I think she's on the 100% Richard Hart camp. She believes in glory.
Yep. Excellent. We love to see it.
Hey, I wish us all the best. We would be lying to ourselves and our audience if we did not say that we had, a good amount of emotional and personal investment on the Richard Hart side of the house.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, we can absolutely go through the law, go through the arguments, and try to understand where they are and how good they are. I just happen to think that the side I'm already invested in happens to make some good arguments.
Yep. I would agree.
Maybe that's why I put my money over there in the first place.
Good campfire stories, you know.
Good campfire stories.
I certainly hope that it all turns out well. And if it doesn't, you know, I guess I'm getting stronger. So
That's true. That's true.
we're gonna see how these diamond hands really are, huh?
If you will not get smarter, you will get stronger.
Yep, that is correct. We're either gonna be really good at thinking, or we're gonna be really strong because we fucked up the thinking part.
Can I get a raw?
Yep.
All right, Will, we are gonna close it out here shortly. Any final thoughts or words, and where can the people find us?
Well, the people can find us at the Degen Roundtable. I'll go ahead and drop some links in the chat since I have my my little thingamajigger open right now. So if you guys don't already know, you guys can join our Telegram at t.me/DRT join now. Again, that is t.me/DRT join now. I'm going to go ahead and post a little link in the chat. You guys should already see it by the time that I'm saying this because there's a 7-second delay. So right down there in the live chats is the hyperlink that will take you over into our Degen Roundtable community, where you guys can chill out and you can see all the stuff that's going on, all the cool little memes that we post, all our, let's see, what are some of the topics that we cover? We post memes, we post stream links of everything going on that all our friends are doing. People are shilling Twitter announcements. People are talking about guns, talking about fitness, talking about dating, going through history lessons, exploring anime, video games, sports, and most importantly, we're talking about the wins that happens in our community. That's, I think, one of the chats that I would like to see more stuff happening in. Of course, I'm like, me and the other admins are the only ones that can post things in that chat, because it's just it's a locked chat. But we want to hear you guys' stories about all the cool things that you're doing, all the cool wins that you're having, all the excitement, all the like. It doesn't have to be crypto related. It could just be like, yo, I finished building a house today, or hey guys, I won my first whatever. This is the tales of victory section. We're talking about like who's going through the world and making the world a better place and making themselves better in the process. One of the things that I've done for this particular topic is I've gone ahead and made a temporary chat GPT room for the Richard Hart memo summarization. And not only have we put in the Richard Hart memorandum, but I've also put in the chat GPT stuff that makes the SEC's response a little bit more palatable and a little bit more understandable. So I'm going to go ahead and post that right now. It is t.me/DRT join now. And then the number behind that is, it's got another / and it's 72692. So that will take you directly into the chat that sort of kind of covers the chat GPT run through of everything that we've talked about today. I'm going to go ahead and also post the very last thing that I did, which is where I compared Richard Hart's memorandum with the SEC's response that Zenith was very good at summarizing as well. So, yeah, that's where the folks can find me. You guys can find me in the Degen Roundtable chats. What about you, Zenith? Oh, and tomorrow, by the way, we're covering the Toyota Way by whoever the fuck wrote it. So that's what we're going to be talking about on Book Club. You guys can catch us here at 8 o'clock Eastern, here right over here at the Degen Roundtable. Zenith, take us away and do the stuff.
I will do. By the way, I have one final shout out. I know we mentioned him as a mentor before, but Nuclear Herbs. He is also currently going through everything right now, and he has a lot more. I thought we had some hot takes, but I think my man over here is about to lose his cool.
About to blow a fucking gasket.
True. I think he's a cool dude, and I think he's really good at what he does. So I would pay attention to his account if you want to see what's going on, and also shoot. What was it? Yes, the SEC versus RH updates as well. The is at SEC_RH. So that's what's going on there. But other than that, yeah, check out Nuclear Herbs. Tell Chuck that you came from us and that we're all good buddies, and we'll see him in Vegas because he enjoys going to Vegas. So good chance we'll see him in March.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
And both you and I will be going.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to that. Also, I'm going to New York City in October. So if you're coming out there for the Richard Hart stuff, I will be there as well. I'll see you at the Pulse Chain Tour. I'll see you at the hearing, and we're probably going to try to do some fun stuff outside of that as well, which I'm very much looking forward to. Other than that, folks, you can find me on Instagram and Twitter at ZenithDI. Shout out to all 50 of you studs listening on Twitter, YouTube, wherever you are at. You're all awesome. And thank you so much for sticking around to this part. If you don't mind, please do us the YouTube pleasantries, like, comment, and subscribe. Like I said before, if you stuck through this, chances are you're going to like it here. So stick around for more. Get some notifications as well. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we know that time is your most valuable asset. So we want to thank you every time you spend it with us, which, by the way, 4 hours and 17 minutes worth. I hope we gave you a good amount of value out of it. Other than that, though, until we catch you guys next time, I hope that everyone out there remembers to degen responsibly.